Okay, let's remain standing for a short prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honourable members, good morning. Dumelang. Good morning to all members of the Executive Council that are in the House, the Premier as well if he's online, but we have his apology, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng, dumelang le amogetswe. We have amongst us stakeholders from the West Rand, from Sidibeng, from Ekurhuleni, from Tshwane, from the city of Johannesburg, and West Rand again, I suppose it's from two different areas, Biekersdal and Western area. You are all welcome. Just a gentle reminder to yourselves, Gala dumello go ka participate mo se se irahalang in the house. Ala dumella go tsa dinepe ka di phone, ale phapate le matsogo, but you can smile, that's allowed. Okay, re la amohetse. Honourable members, we don't have any MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, but we do have member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. There's 8 of them, and all of them are allowed. So we'll start with Member Adams of the ACDP. I suspect he's online. Member Adams?
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, Honourable members. Citizens of Gauteng, thank you so much for the opportunity, Honourable Speaker. The ACDP makes a statement this morning. This statement forms part 2 of our 4-part series aimed at restoring hope and emotional strength across the province. Gender-based violence remains one of Gauteng's deepest wounds. Yet, even in the face of such pain, survivors and frontline workers continue to demonstrate extraordinary courage. Honourable Speaker, to honour this resilience, we propose the Legislature implements what we call compassion mandate. This intervention requires no funding, only humanity and presence. Committees are encouraged to dedicate 1 hour every fortnight to a solidarity engagement with a shelter, support organization or survivor-led initiative. This may be through a brief visit, virtual check-in or message of affirmation. The objectives are simple, Honourable Speaker, to recognize and uplift survivors and those supporting them, and to gather actionable insights to strengthen oversight engagements with the relevant departments. Honourable members, by grounding our oversight posture in compassion, we send a clear message. The Legislature stands with survivors, acknowledges their pain, affirms their dignity, and joins hands in building a province where safety and respect are non-negotiable. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Adams. Honourable Son.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, fellow members. From Monday to Sunday, from morning to night, reckless drivers rule the roads of Gauteng. I rise today to condemn in the strongest sense possible the epidemic of reckless driving on Gauteng's roads. Every day, our communities witness drivers speeding, cutting dangerously across lanes, ignoring red traffic lights, mounting pavements meant for pedestrians, and even driving onto oncoming traffic. These are not mistakes. They are deliberate choices that places law-abiding motorists and innocent road users in life-threatening situations. In the past year, Gauteng recorded hundreds of fatal crashes and well over 200 road deaths. With human behavior, speeding, illegal overtaking, distracted and drunk driving responsible for overwhelming majority of these tragedies. These tragedies are preventable, yet they continue because there's no strong, consistent deterrent by the Gauteng Traffic Police and Metro Police in the province. Enforcement operations happen, but without real consequences and sustained visibility, reckless drivers do not change their behavior. Secondly, Gauteng still lacks a sustainable root cause strategy. We see periodic blitzes operations, but no long-term behavioral interventions, no targeted rehabilitation programs, and no infrastructure upgrades in our highest risk areas. This results in a predictable situation. After every temporary dip in accidents, the same dangerous patterns return. Honourable Speaker, this crisis demands immediate and tangible action. I therefore want to suggest and propose the following steps, all achievable within the next 90 days. Sustained intelligence-led enforcement, deploy Gauteng Traffic Police, Metro Police officers and SAPs to permanent hotspots using real-time data, increase speed enforcement in impound vehicles, used in serious reckless driving, and escalate penalties for repeat offenders, including suspension of licenses. 2, fast-track prosecution. Number 3, infrastructure and protection for pedestrians. This is very important, fellow members, I want to propose. Install bollards and fix pedestrian walkways, crossings, and lighting in high fatality zones. Many deaths occur because pedestrians are forced into unsafe spaces created by drivers' misconduct. And number 4, behavioral and public education interventions. Honourable members, Gauteng cannot continue burying mothers, fathers, children and breadwinners because of preventable lawlessness on our roads. The public deserve decisive leadership, not seasonal campaigns and temporary crackdowns. Reckless driving is not an inconvenience. It is a violent crime with devastating consequences. It is time that we treat it as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Engelbrecht, just a reminder, honourable members, member statements are 2 minutes each. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Honourable Speaker, while the Premier brags about fighting drugs and expanding services, the truth is that this government cannot even pay the very nurses holding the system together. 11 professional nurses, staff nurses and nurse assistants who have been serving at the Dr. Fabian and Florence Ribeiro Treatment Centre since the Tuadar crisis have not been paid a single cent since the 28th of October, despite repeated promises from the MEC that payment was processed, approved and on the way. Honourable Speaker, not only have these nurses not received their salaries, they have not received contracts, HR refuses to accept their CVs, and staff have been told there are no posts available while they are working full shifts. These are not volunteers, they are not casual labourers. These are qualified, registered nursing professionals who stepped up in the middle of a government-created crisis to protect our vulnerable South Africans. And what has this ANC government given in return? Empty promises, blatant manipulation, and the exploitation of their labour without pay. It is state-sponsored exploitation, it is unethical, it is immoral, and it is a violation of labour law and human dignity. These 11 nurses have worked day and night during a crisis created by the Tuadar mass admissions. They treated patients with compassion, and when there was no food, no medication, no safety protocols and no leadership. They were there when the ANC was nowhere to be found. Yet today they cannot feed their families. They are begging HR to accept their CVs, and they stand abandoned by the very department they serve. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance will not allow this abuse to continue. We stand with these nurses, we stand with every worker who has been used, abandoned and silenced by this ANC government. And under a DA government, human resources are respected, contracts are issued lawfully, and frontline workers are the backbone and not the victims of the system. Gauteng's workers deserve dignity, justice and leadership that honours them. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. Honourable Duplessis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to the House and our fellow citizens of Gauteng. I rise today to highlight the unacceptable ongoing water crisis in Venterspost Post within the Randwest City local municipality, an avoidable crisis that has deprived residents of their most basic constitutional right, access to clean, reliable water. For almost 7 weeks, the taps have been dry, forcing families to queue for hours at water tankers that arrive irregularly, pensioners to carry buckets over long distances, and businesses to struggle to survive. This is not a natural disaster. It's not bad luck. It's a direct result of chronic government failure. For years, the municipality has ignored the warnings, failing to maintain ageing infrastructure and failing to safeguard water resources through proper planning and budgeting. Millions of rands have been allocated for water services, yet the people of Venterspost Post have nothing to show for it except empty taps and empty promises. The ANC-led municipality continues to blame everyone but itself, blaming Rand Water, blaming weather patterns, blaming sabotage, anything to deflect responsibility. But residents know the truth. The crisis stems from mismanagement, poor maintenance and a complete lack of political will to fix the system. The DA has long warned about the failing infrastructure in Randwest City and has repeatedly put forward clear practical solutions. 1, a transparent ring-fence maintenance plan to ensure water infrastructure funds are used for their intended purposes. Proactive leak detection and rapid repair teams to cut down water losses. Proper asset management so pumps, reservoirs and pipelines are maintained before they collapse. And regular communication with residents and the appointment of competent, qualified engineers, not politically connected cadres. Where the DA governs, this is a standard practice and water systems are more reliable because of it. The people of Venterspost Post deserve better than crisis after crisis. They deserve a government that works, that maintains infrastructure, and that acts communities reach breaking point. Until this municipality adopts the DA's proven approach to service delivery, residents will continue to suffer preventable failures. I urge this House and the relevant authorities to make immediate action. And I just want to add on that I stood here last year with exactly the same problem, and I had a 13-minute response from the MEC then for Kokta, and nothing has happened in between. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Duplessis. Honourable Mkhwanazi.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, as we approach the 16th of December, historical significant day in South Africa, marked by the 1838 Battle of Ingome Blood River, the 1961 formation of Umkhonto weSizwe Liberation Armed Wing, and the 2023 revive of Umkhonto weSizwe by President Jacob Zuma. This date is also observed as a day of reconciliation to foster national unity. Speaker, we cannot impose reconciliation to the people who are still living under circumstances that are even worse than apartheid. We cannot realize the national unity when the oppressor still has more power over the native people who experience the brutal system of apartheid, whose consequences are still in existence even after so-called democracy. Njengenhlangano yomkhonto wesizwe, lolu suku lusho olukhulu kithina nakubantu balelizwe. Singakuveza nje ukuthi ukuvuselelwa komkhonto wesizwe kuletha omkhulu umehluko kwezepolitiki futhi kuvula abantu bakithi amehlo. Lokho kufakazelwa nayimbumbe yamaqembu ahlangana emva kokhethwa ukwakha uhulumeni wobambiswano. Ukuvuselela komkhonto kuveza obala ukuthi sisaphila phansi kwencindezelo egqokiswe ingubo yenkululeko nokubuyisana. Umkhonto wesizwe uletha ithemba kakhulu ngemuva kokulahlekelwa ukwethemba kwenhlangano ka-ANC, ukuveza ukubaluleka kokuvuselela kwamandla ubuholi bendabuko, ukubuyiswa kwesithunzi somuntu onsundu kanye nabantu bonke, kuvuselela inhloso
Honourable
yokulwela.
Mkhwanazi, your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks. Honourable Muri.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable members, Honourable Speaker. Action SA welcomes the Auditor General's 2024-25 audit outcomes for the City of Tshwane, which confirm a measurable improvement in the city's financial governance. The reduction in qualification areas from 6 in the previous year to only 2 in 2024-25 is clear evidence that the current administration is beginning to repair the damage left behind by years of democratic alliance, mismanagement and playfulness. It is important to remind residents where Tshwane stood when Action SA and the team entered government with its partners. In 2021-22 financial year, under the DA leadership, the city received an adverse audit opinion, the most severe outcome available to the Auditor General. This signaled a complete collapse of governance, financial controls, and administrative leadership. The following year, 22-23, the DA again delivered a qualified audit opinion, this time with 13 qualification areas. These outcomes exposed the depth institutional decay that Action SA and the team inherited when called upon to help stabilize the capital city. Speaker, the results now show a city moving in a different direction. While the audit outcomes remains qualified, the narrowing of qualification areas from 6 to 2 demonstrate that Action SA and the team has influence in the coalition and changes the leadership, changes everything in the city of Tshwane. Dr. Moya and team are producing real measurable progress. The turnaround is gradual, but it is undeniable. We particularly welcome the improvement at Housing Company Tshwane, which has achieved an unqualified audit opinion for 2024-25, a significant milestone for an entity that has struggled for years. We also note the continued unqualified outcome at the Tshwane Economic Development Agency. These results reflect an improvement in terms of governance culture within the city's entities and show what is possible when competent leadership and political will are present. Action SA is proud to support an administration that is restoring accountability, strengthening financial controls, and insisting on clean governance. The improvements reflected in 2024-25 audit outcome stands in stark contrast to the chaos presided over by the DA, whose legacy of financial negligence will take years to fully undo. What we are seeing now is the beginning of a steady recovery by the team from the coalition partners, ANC, EFF, and everyone. While much work remains to move the city out of qualified audit status, the direction of travel is clear. I thank you, Chair.
Honourable Ndlovu, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourselves, members, and our guests in the gallery. Honourable Speaker, the ANC in Ward 109 in Ekurhuleni is proud to stand with the community today as we officially opened 2 landmark projects on the 1st of December that confirm our commitment to tangible, people-centered development. The ANC-led government in its sustained program of investment and renewal has delivered to the community 2 fully developed parks with eco-gyms and the installation of new streetlights at Kopi Mutibang in Quantum Secondary Voting Station. These projects are in response to what our residents have asked for, and this just underlines our firm commitment to ensuring an improved quality of life for all. These 2 parks with integrated eco-gyms marks a major milestone in prioritizing health, family life, and social cohesion in the ward. These will be vibrant spaces where our youth can grow positively with great attention to physical fitness and well-being for constructive community life. For our families, the parks are safe, welcoming places where children will play and neighbors will meet, fostering the bonds which binds us together as a community. By including eco-friendly facilities within our parks, we are further encouraging a green and healthy lifestyle consistent with the ANC's greater vision of caring for our people and our environment. Simultaneously, the new street lighting installed at Kopi Mutibang directly responds to basic community safety and security. This form of primary infrastructure illuminates our streets, serving as a deterrent to criminal activities while making our streets safer for scholars and shift workers alike. Public spaces are transformed through this project, extending their usability into evening hours and restoring a sense of freedom and peace of mind to residents. Once again, it becomes clear that the ANC-led government listens to local concerns and translates them into reliable infrastructure that improves daily life. Together, these projects, the park and the streetlights, are much more than facilities. They are foundational investments in the dignity, health and security of the people of Ward 109. They symbolize our pledge for continuous hard work, translating the hopes of our community into the reality of safer, brighter and more vibrant neighborhoods. In the celebration of this progress, we reiterated the commitment to continue doing this with our communities through the process of building a better life for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable Gentile.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members and the citizens of Gauteng. Honourable Speaker, I rise today to commend the continuous partnership and collaborations by the Gauteng Provincial Legislature with the Chapter 9 institutions, because through these efforts, democracy is strengthened. And today I want to speak about the Commission of Gender Equality established in terms of Chapter 9 of our Constitution. This commission stands as one of the most vital guidance of our democratic order, as it's mandated to promote, protect and attain gender equality equality across all sectors of society, an objective that resonates deeply with the transformative vision of the African National Congress. Here in Gauteng, the Commission works in close alignment with the Office of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, ensuring that gender perspectives are integrated into policy development, service delivery and governance processes. This collaboration strengthens the GPL's mandate to serve as a bridge between governance and our communities, ensuring that the voice of every woman, man and child in Gauteng is heard and respected. Honourable Speaker, the ANC's historic commitment to non-sexism, equality and human dignity finds practical expression in the work of this Commission. From monitoring compliance with gender laws to championing the empowerment of women in the informal economy and confronting gender-based violence, this Commission embodies our movement's value of justice, solidarity and people-centered development. The Commission's public programs contribute to reshaping social attitudes, advancing equality, eradicating deep-rooted legacies of patriarchy that the ANC has long fought against. Through these shared efforts, the GPL and this Commission continue to uphold the ANC's vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist and prosperous society where freedom and equality are not only a constitutional promise but a lived reality. Madam Speaker, and Ndiabulele.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gentile. Honourable members, there is an announcement by Member J.C. Moody.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today to announce that on the 8th of December this year, the City of Tshwane conducted law enforcement operations across Centurion and vulnerable areas. In the process, the Tshwane Metro Police Department arrested 46 undocumented foreign nationals found to be in contravention of the Immigration Act of 2002. These individuals have been handed over to the Department of Home Affairs for due processing, ensuring that the law is applied fairly and firmly. This decisive action reflects the city's growing resolve to protect communities from the destabilizing consequences of uncontrolled and illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is not a mere administrative oversight. It is a direct challenge to lawful governance, public safety, and the stability of our communities. It creates fertile ground for exploitation, criminal syndicates, and the erosion of municipal systems meant to serve our residents. I wish to commend the MMC for Community Safety, Alderman Hannes Kutsia, for his principled leadership in ensuring that Tshwane remains a city governed by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. His emphasis on lawfulness as a norm and not the exception is a message that resonates with every law-abiding resident. Equally, credit must be given to the collective leadership of the City of Tshwane under Executive Mayor Councillor Dr. Moya, whose administration continues to strengthen enforcement operations. Their commitment ensures that Tshwane remains a city that welcomes foreign nationals who wish to work, live and contribute positively to society within the bounds of our legal framework. Honourable members, Tshwane is sending a clear message that the rule of law cannot be selectively applied. Every resident, whether local or foreign, has a responsibility to be documented, compliant and respectful of our national legislation. The intensification of the TMPD operations across all regions is a vital step in restoring order, enhancing safety and the reaffirmation of the principles of lawlessness, and is the foundation of a stable and prosperous city. And let us be clear, while leaders in their blue party are Tshwane is working. Where others indulge in theatrics, this administration is delivering results. Tshwane is proving that leadership is not about costumes and slogans. It is about action, accountability, and service to the people. I thank you.
Honourable Moody, just hold on, I'll give you an opportunity. Honourable Moody, that sounded more like a member statement than an announcement. So, the desk must assign it properly, but it's the front desk that must assign it properly. So, we'll just see to it that that's done. You wanted to raise a point, Honourable Moriarty?
Yeah, I don't know whether I should be worried or delighted, but you and I are moving in the spirit because we're thinking the same thing.
Okay.
you know,
So you wanted to
would
raise...
ask, yes,
Yeah.
I would ask that you take it up in the Rules Committee to define specifically what an announcement is, and I would welcome if somebody from proceedings from the table could just point out which rule in the rule book provides for announcements, because I can't find it yet.
No, it's fine.
If you
We'll
could help me
consider it
find
in the...
announcements in the rule book, please.
No, thank you very much. Honourable members, let's proceed then. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there's none. Giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, there is none. Apologies that have been received are the following. Honourable Deputy Speaker, and Lakaza Manamela, Honourable Makubela, Honourable Ali, and Honourable Musimanga are attending the Council of Government Ethics Law seminar in Atlanta, Georgia. Those are the only apologies that I have. Okay. So those are the apologies. Okay. Secretary, can you then read the first order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlement, including its NTT for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Moketi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the honourable members in the House and those who are in the platform, and greetings to our people of Gauteng. Honourable Speaker, I'm going to be presenting the report, the second quarter report, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements for the 2025-2026 financial year. I also going to request, Honourable Speaker, that I table a summarized report, as the report is already circulated to the House. And the executive summary reads as follows. The department's main budget was 60 billion, and the total expenditure from the beginning of this financial year to the end of the second quarter amounted to 2.6 billion, which translates to 44% of the total budget. During the quarter under review, the department spent 2 billion, resulting in an over-expenditure of 575.8 million, which translates to 38% against an allocated budget of 1.5 billion. And an increase spending in quarter two was attributed to improved programs on performance and accelerated efforts to ensure that projects claimed are settled within 30 days. The department planned to achieve 22 targets across its 4 programs. 16, which translate to 72.7% targets, were fully achieved, whilst 2, which translates to 9.1% targets, were partially achieved, and 4, which translates to 18.1%, were not achieved and were at various stages of implementation. With regard to the program expenditure, the Portfolio Committee noted that Program 1 was allocated 142 million and the department spent 141 million, registering an over-expenditure of 99%. The over-expenditure in Program 1 relates to primarily goods and services, which include audit costs, computer services, and legal services. Program 2, Housing Needs and Planning and Research, was allocated 34.6 million, and the department managed to spend 35 million, registering an expenditure of 101%. Program 3, Housing Development, was allocated 1.2 million, but the department spent 1.8 million, registering an over-expenditure of 146%. The over-expenditure in Program 3 is attributed to the accelerated service delivery in the second quarter and efforts to ensure full budget utilization by the end of the financial year. Program 4, which is Housing Asset Management and Property Management, was allocated 90 million, and the department spent
over 95.5 million, which translates to 138% expenditure. The over expenditure in Program 4 was attributed to delivery in the second quarter and efforts to ensure a full budget utilization by the end of the financial year. The Portfolio Committee noted that during the quarter under review, the Gauteng partnership has achieved an overall of 60% in their organizational performance. And coming to the findings and concerns, Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee was concerned that although the department achieved its quarterly targets, there were 5 hostels that was where there was no indication of which hostels were renovated, and 2, the Portfolio Committee noted that the percentage of service urban release to beneficiaries exceeded the quarterly targets of 50%, with an achievement of 66.48. And lastly, the committee noted the failure to explain the non-achievement on the planned target for hostels provided with routine maintenance and environmental upkeep, despite the targets of 6 hostels being achieved. On recommendations based on the information set out here in above, as well as the committee concerns, the committee therefore recommends as follows. The department must submit a report clearly identifying the 5 hostels renovated, including the names, municipalities, and completion status, to ensure transparency and verification of the achieved targets. And 2, provide reasons for all unplanned targets, such as research reports, policies, and updates to the project pipeline, and submit a corrective planning I was a bit distracted. I'm sorry about that, Speaker. Submit the corrective planning outlining how future targets will be properly planned in the annual performance plan. And lastly, submit a report explaining the reasons for non-achievement on routine hostel maintenance and environmental upkeep, including challenges encountered, corrective measures, and how the department will ensure consistent performance for the remainder of the financial year. And all these reports should be forwarded to the GPL on resolution as adopted by this House by the 30th of January 2026. On acknowledgements, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlements, MEC Tasmin Mutara, the head of the department, Ms. Piha Debe Mabaso, Gauteng Partnership CEO, Ms. Lindiwe Kwele, and their senior officials. And the chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Member Schneemann, Member Gentile, Member Shirota, Member Duplessis, Member Fuchs. I don't see Member Fuchs today, I don't know. Member Masilela, Member Murray, Member Abrahams, Member Mahlabe, and Member Miso. And further, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the following support staff members: Group Committee Coordinator Ms. Z. Mpanjombalo, Senior Researcher Ms. S. Nyoneli, Committee Researcher Ms. A. Gwabeni, Senior Committee Coordinator Ms. J. Mutiki, Committee Administrator Ms. N. Nzimakwe, Senior Officer Ms. P. Kamba, Hansard Recorder Ms. N. Mbonani, Senior Information Officer Ms. Lebukhang Ngube, Media Officer Ms. Z. Mtsweni, and Ms. R. Matebula for their dedication and commitment. And lastly, Honourable Speaker, on adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarter performance on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for the 2025-2026 financial year for adoption, taking into account the concerns and proposed recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dr. Muketi. Do we have a second, honourable members? Honourable Gentile.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I stand to second the report as presented. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Okay, those who are not in favour say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, can we have the second item?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including its entities for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks. Honourable Schneemann.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. In the quarter under review, well, let me firstly start by requesting that the parts of the report that I do not read be taken as read. In the quarter under review, the Department of Roads and Transport managed to spend 21.87% of its budget. Transport Authority Gauteng spent 17.919%. G-Fleet spent 25%. In terms of the expenditure per program in the Provincial Department, the Department firstly transferred 13.9% of its allocated budget to the Gautrain in the quarter under review. The committee also noted the expenditure patterns in the programs within the Provincial Department, namely administration, which spent 27.62%, transport infrastructure.
Then close it.
Transport infrastructure spent 24.44%, transport operations spent 25.59%, and transport regulation spent 17.93%. As at the end of the second quarter, the committee noted that the department's remaining budget allocation amounted to 54.31%. For Transport Authority Gauteng, it stood at 48.99%, whilst G-Fleet's remaining allocation amounted to 61%. On the payment of suppliers, within 15 to 30 days, the committee noted that the department and entities were able to pay 100% of SMMEs and township businesses within 30 days, whilst 100% of invoices were paid within 15 days. Of the targets, the 20 targets that the department had for the second quarter, it managed to achieve 14 of these, which equates to 70% of targets. The GMA achieved 22 out of 22 targets, which is 100%. G-Fleet managed to achieve 2 out of 4 planned targets, which is 50%. And the Transport Authority Gauteng achieved 3 out of 4 planned targets, which is 75%. The committee noted that the main areas of non-achievement of the targets by the department during the quarter under review were in relation to performance indicators, on the continuously recorded underachievement, on the percentage spent on broad-based black economic empowerment, compliant empowering suppliers, non-operationalization of a one e-service due to delays with the RTMC and the Department of eGov, non-surrender of revenues by municipalities, as well as the increase in the number of average debtors days at G-Fleet. The committee will continue to impress on the department to find resolution to the above challenges, noting the negative impact of this underperformance since the previous financial year. I now want to move to the concerns and recommendations. I just need to get there. In terms of the committee's concerns, they are as follows. With regards to the administration program, the committee is concerned over the continued underperformance on the one e-service, as was in the previous quarter due to delays by the RTMC and the Department of eGov. With regards to the administration program, the committee is concerned over the reported underperformance on the percentage spent on broad-based black economic empowerment, compliant, empowering suppliers due to insufficient cash flow availability. With regards to the transport regulation program, the committee is concerned about the underperformance on the revenue collection, taking into consideration the negative impact on the annual revenue targets. And the final concern is that with regards to G-Fleet, the committee is concerned over the increase of the average debtors collection days and the impact on the long-term financial sustainability of the entity. And that relates to monies that are owed by departments to G-Fleet.
In terms of the committee's recommendations, they are as follows, and the department is asked to respond to the committee by the 30th of January 2026. The first recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the implementation of the RTMC and Department of eGov government's plans and adherence to timelines to speed up the process of the One e-service. The second recommendation is that the department should consider reviewing the annual performance plan targets on the percentage spent on BBBE, EE compliant suppliers, taking into consideration that the determining factor in bid adjudication is now the price component. The third recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the progress on engagement between the MEC for Transport, Treasury, COCTA and SALGA on the submissions and considerations of financial population of the financial information due by the end of November 2025. And then the fourth recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the payment of outstanding invoices by client departments to G-Fleet. Furthermore, the progress on the engagement of Gauteng Provincial Treasury to assist the entity in ring-fencing of funds with departments to support timeless payment. On this note, I'd like to express appreciation to the members of the Portfolio Committee, to the MEC, the HOD, and officials from the Provincial Department of Transport and its entities for their participation in this process. I'd also like to express appreciation to the Portfolio Committee support team for their help in ensuring that meetings were convened, that these reports were compiled as well. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management second quarterly performance report for the 2025-26 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management second quarterly performance report for the 25-26 financial year. I thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honourable Schneemann. Is there a second, Honourable members?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable member. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. So the report is adopted because the yeses have it. Secretary, third order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. E-Government and Research Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of E-Government for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Khope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I present the Department of E-Gov second quarter performance report. The Department of E-Gov is tasked with implementing the e-government strategy for the Gauteng City region, focusing on consolidating back-end systems and processes to enhance efficient frontline service delivery to Gauteng. This is accomplished through the development of ICT policies, standards, as well as the rollout of GBN, which connects government departments to the public service access points. The department aligns the three Growing Gauteng Together priorities that connect to the NDP, building a capable, ethical and developmental state, economy, jobs and infrastructure, education, skills, revolution and health. Targets are established to achieve outcomes responding to the national and provincial priorities. As outlined in the APP, the department executes its projects via three programs: administration, information technology, shared services, and human resources. The core functions are primarily under Program 2, ICT Shared Services, which modernizes the provincial ICT infrastructure through GBN rollout. Additional outputs include reducing crime via ICT services, strengthening ICT governance, and stimulating the ICT industry and entrepreneurship. For the 2025-2026 financial year, the department has an appropriated budget of just over 1.5 billion. The projected budget for the second quarter was 360 million. with actual expenditure reaching just over 371 million, representing 103% of the quarterly budget and 61% of the annual budget. The over expenditure stems from the capital payments for projects such as CCTV cameras, GBN bulk equipment, WAN routers, Wi-Fi items, financial obligations to Microsoft for prior years, gratuity leave payments, and procurement of tools of trade. Procurement spending on GOD targets achieved 80% for women-owned companies and 20% for youth-owned companies, while township economy procurement stood at 76%. However, the committee was unable to verify the specific services procured under these categories. Under non-financial performance, out of 30 indicators set in the quarter, 19 targets were achieved, equating to 63% of the APP achievement rate. Underperformance was noted in Program 1, which is administration, and Program 2, ICT shared services. Key issues in Program 1 include GOD targets, particularly employment of people with disabilities, procurement spend on companies owned by people with disabilities, payment of supplier invoices within 15 days, and the number of people benefiting from bursaries. This underperformance of people with disabilities has perceived from previous financial year despite commitments to implement solutions as per House resolutions. This ongoing trend indicates that remedial action is ineffective, underlying provincial policies on township economy and inclusive representation. Achievements include providing network connectivity to Gauteng province departments, 100% user uptake, enabling employees to complete tasks without system downtime. To modernize ICT infrastructure, the department delivered WAN, LAN, and Wi-Fi hotspots to identified hotspots, though challenges arose due to dependencies on CETA and joint venture partners. The target for providing sites for VoIP, was not met owing to low demand of client departments. However, plans are in place to migrate GPG departments to VoIP. Additionally, the department is implementing a zero-rated calls mobility solution for all GPG-listed mobile numbers, which will reduce costs to an agreed call rate instead of standard cell rates. Data analytics projects were executed to offer insights and enhance digital services with open data sets published. All ICT services comply with periodically reviewed ICT standards and policies to strengthen provincial ICT oversight and governance. The department provides feedback to communities and client departments via awareness campaigns and stakeholder visits. In stimulating ICT skills, youth benefited from programs like Action Lab program. The GPG staff received training online platform. This demonstrates the department's commitment to building ICT skills base and essential for driving digital transformation. Desktop research was conducted, but the portfolio committee was not informed of its intent or findings. This is what we'll be looking at next. The committee views this as evidence that the department is not fulfilling its research and development mandate, which could significantly advance digital transformation. On committee concerns, the Portfolio Committee expresses concern over the absence of defined research outputs, indicators, and performance measures. This gap severely affects the department's ability to assess the impact on its services, especially in areas like digital transformation and broadband expansion and e-service enablement. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends that the department, in fulfilling its mandate, research and development function, develop qualitative research targets. This will enable the effective measurement of services. On acknowledgements, would like to acknowledge the MEC, together with his HOD and department, and further to give gratitude to the Portfolio Committee members for their dedication and diligence in our committee work. Member Mehwe, Member Gentile, Member Waters, Member Cilliers, Member Miso, Member Smatla, and Member Sun are duly acknowledged, and we are grateful for the work that they continue to do. We further give gratitude to our staff who work effortlessly in making sure that our Portfolio Committee is able to succeed in its work. In line with the terms of Rule 117.2.c, Read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the eGov and Research Development Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of eGov for the financial year of 2025-2026 and recommends its adoption. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hlophe. Do we have a second, honourable members? Honourable Gentile.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the report as presented.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Okay, those that are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, the fourth item, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Education for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mhlongo.
Speaker, today I've changed my surname. I'm Honourable Mhlongo.
Okay.
And I will take the report, Speaker. Thank you very much. The committee notes the following key highlights for the quarter under review in the assessment of the Gauteng Department of Education second quarter report for the 2025-2026 financial year as follows. The department reported on the donation of 500 smart tablets received by Glenvista Primary School. According to the department, the donation receives aligns with the mission to expand ICT access in underprivileged schools. The department further reported about the coding and robotics event held in the partnership with the Selbourn Discovery Centers, which brought together young minds from the province and challenging them to design, build and program robots capable of solving real-world problems. The department has 47 annual indicators in the APP, which comprise of the 3 standardized output indicators that are due to reporting and were achieved, while remainder are due at the end of the financial year. In terms of the department programmatic achievement and challenges, the department reported as follows. Program 1, administration. The program spending is in line with the Treasury norms and standards, even though there is an overspending on household, which is attributed to the payment of leave, gratuity, injury on duty and claims against the state, which are unforeseen circumstances, and accruals from GCRA bursaries that will be claimed from the Office of the Premier through were issued, and the department is waiting for delivery in solving. Public ordinary schools, the program is highly overspending in the quarter under review, and overall due to the accruals managing from previous financial year on ICT, overspending on equitable share, feeding programs, scholar transport and municipal services, NPI, transfer payments to Saibono and Matthew Goniwe are scheduled to be paid in tranches. High expenditure for NPI result from the first tranches that were paid in bulk for different programs. Expenditure will be generalized on the various programs, PSO subsidized, also the budget pressure, which needs to be addressed with the budget adjustment process. At the independent schools overall, the program is in accordance with the Treasury norms and standards. However, the program is underspending in the quarter under review when compared against 40 due to cash flow unavailability in the department, and the unit has revised the plans to ensure that objectives are still achieved. Public social schools, overall the program is highly understanding and quarterly under review when compared to Treasury norms and standard due to cash flow unavailability in the department to pay transfers, machinery, equipment, and underspending due to delays in the procurement process. Our SCM is working on recreation of LSD purchase orders. Early Child Development Program, the program performance is slightly above the Treasury norms and standard. And the standard is the quarterly under review is due to low spending on goods and services, machinery, equipment as a result of the cash flow challenges and purchases order were created, and the department is awaiting invoices from services provider. Some of the funds allocated towards Grade R resources have also been identified to recover the gap PSO subsidized. The slight overspending on conditional grant is as a result of the cash flow which was finalized before the approved ECD business plan. The plan was finalized with the 7 subsidized per learner, while implementation is at 24 rand per learner. Additional funds are expected from National Treasury to recover the shortfall as per the sent to the GPT by NT. Infrastructure development spending is higher than anticipated, with a sign of a pressure in quarter under review and in all overall. The Chief Directorate is working with the Treasury and implementing agents to document the current status of the project and the project for a remainder of the year. This will assist in adjusting the ECE and qualifying pressure. The examination and education-related services program slightly overspent in both overall and quarter under review due to compassionate of employee in the program. Spending is periodical and accruals emanating from the previous financial year related to the payment invigilators. Monitors and markers of matric final examination papers. Other machinery spending is caused by examinations accruals emanating from the previous financial year. Application for overall and funds has been made with a Treasury. On GOD, it can only be reported that 44% of purchase procurement was achieved. The committee hereby recommends that the department provide a report detailing the status of schools that were previously provided with a private security and investigation report into deputy directors who unilaterally procured services leading to the suspension, and whether there is a commitment to lay criminal charges and recoup funds from non-compliant security companies. Progress report to be provided by 26th of February 2026. The department to provide committee with plans and mechanisms on how it is going to assist in fast-tracking and streamlining the assessment and placement of learners in special schools progress reports, to provide it by 26 February 2026. With respect to Dr. W.K. Duplessis LSEN School, which remains incomplete in 2025, despite commitment to fast-track and bring the project to final in 2024-2025 first quarter report. The department should provide the committee in its plans and a progress report about the project progress report provided to by the 26th February 2026. The committee hereby recommends that the department provide a report detailing the status of the schools that were previously provided with the private security investigation report into deputy director who unilaterally procured services leading to their suspension, and whether there is a commitment to lay criminal charges procuring and non-compliant security companies. The department, this I think I also read on the previous one, Speaker. As I conclude, the Portfolio Committee on Education wishes to thank the MEC for Education, Ms. M. Chilwani, and the senior official for the representation of the second quarter report and substantial and sustained efforts they have made into form a portfolio committee on the details of the quarter report. The chairperson, Honourable Mhlongo, would like to thank Honourable committee members, Mr. Sesedinyane, Makubela, Santos, Waters, Ngobeni, Nkwanazi, Ali, for the dedication and the supporting during this process. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Zusile Pantsuwa Mlabo, Senior Researcher, Ms. Sakina Nelweni, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. Shalin Gaya, Committee Coordinator, Mr. Pielo Mashilwani, Committee Administrator, Mr. Thabo Kekana, Committee Researcher, Mr. Joseph Makura, Hansard Recorder, Ms. Rashkin Sin, Service Officer, Ms. Mavis Nklapo, Media Officer, Mr. Kalani Ndou, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Jackie Litswalo, and the Public Participation Support, Mr. Lenzwe Mutibe, Mr. Tsireletso Kumalo, for the commitment they have shown during the quarterly report. In terms of Rule 1172C, Read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education second quarter report for the 2025-2026 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sesedinyane. Do we have a second, Honourable members? Yes, Honourable member.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I'll rise to second.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Those that are not in favour say no. Okay. The report is adopted. Secretary, fifth order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its NTT, for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Tlabere.
Speaker, I'm presenting the report on behalf of Clever.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Speaker, may I request that the parts of the report that I will not read be regarded as read by the House. I, Member Ndlovu, acting chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, hereby present the report for the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2025-2026 second quarter. The overall budget of the department for the 2025-26 financial year was 1,013,402,000, and it reported having spent an amount of 491,101,000. The department spent 48.5% of its annual budget by the end of the second quarter, which is broadly aligned with the Treasury expectations, but still reflects uneven spending patterns across programs. The technical performance improved from 33% in the first quarter to 75% in the second quarter, mainly due to delayed quarter one activities being implemented later. Despite this improvement, the gap between expenditure and performance shows that the department is not translating spending into planned outputs consistently. For a quarter under review, the department had projected spending 373,153,000, and they managed to spend 336,936,000. This is a 90.3% expenditure, a regression compared to 98% that was spent in the previous quarter. In terms of technical performance, the department had set 67 annual performance targets for the quarter under review, and of these, 50 which translate to 75% were achieved. This is an improvement from the 33% that was achieved in the previous quarter. Regarding payment of invoices, they have managed to pay 87% of the valid invoices within 15 days. The committee noted that for the quarter under review, the Gauteng Film Commission was allocated a quarterly budget of 13,552,000 and managed to spend 10,618,000, which is 79% expenditure. This is also a regression in expenditure because in the previous quarter, they spent 91% of their quarterly allocation. They have set 20 targets for the quarter under review and achieved 15 targets, translating to 75%. In the Gauteng Film Commission, performance regressed from 91% to 78%, with notably overspending on the legal and governance in line item of 227% and management at 112%. The continued failure to finalize the formalization of the Gauteng Film Commission into a public entity remains a major governance weakness that contributes to instability, poor accountability and weak oversight. The committee has noted with interest that the department has been undergoing restructuring, and they reported that they are currently in the process of filling long vacant posts, which has been a challenge for them for many years, and that this has had a negative effect on their performance and service delivery. The department continues to operate with 192 vacant posts, which shows an increase from the 181 vacant positions reported in the first quarter of the financial year under review. The persistent and growing vacancy rate remains the biggest structural constraint affecting planning, delivery, compliance and grant performance. Although the department has begun recruitment processes for 65 posts, the overall vacancy trend shows the system is not stabilizing. Overall, while there are signs of operational improvement, the department remains constrained by the chronic vacancies, delayed recruitment, procurement blockages, and governance weaknesses in the Gauteng Film Commission. Strong corrective action is required to stabilize delivery for the remainder of the financial year. On committee findings and concerns, the persistent and increasing vacancy rate rising from 181 to 192 is undermining service delivery. The misalignment between expenditure and performance, with spending not translating into outputs. The Film Commission governance stability, including unexplained overspending on legal and governance costs. The recurring underperformance in sports and recreation due to grant-related delays and vacant posts. On recommendations, the department should stabilize the human resource environment and submit a quarterly vacancy reduction plan with timelines. The progress report must reach the committee on the 30th of January 2026. The department should strengthen alignment between procurement budgets and the APP targets through a corrective plan. An expenditure alignment plan must be submitted to the committee and the House by the 15th of February 2026. The department should finalize the Gauteng Film Commission interim board and submit timelines for the public entity listing processes. Written governance report and financial breakdown must be submitted to the committee not later than the 30th of January 2026. The department should improve conditional grant performance through a targeted recovery plan for quarters 3 and 4 respectively, and the plan must reach the committee by the 15th of February 2026. On acknowledgements, the committee would like to thank MEC Chulwane, acting HOD, and the officials of the department for their participation in the report. The committee appreciates the diligent deliberations of honourable members. The committee further thank the legislature and committee support team for their role throughout the process. On adoption, the Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Committee adopted its second quarter oversight report of the department, and following Rule 117 subsection 2C read together with Rule 164 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Do we have a seconder? Honourable Miso.
Thank you, Speaker. I second.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes.
And those that are not in favour say no. So the report is duly adopted. The next order, please, Secretary.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement, including its entity for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chirota.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, to assess the performance of the Department of Human Settlements fairly and comprehensively for this year, a comparison of where the department found itself a year ago and its current status and delivery of its programs is necessary. It is also important to acknowledge that the entrenched failures, lack of accountability and incompetence within the department did not commence within this financial year. The systemic underperformance that is endemic in the department is years in the making. It is further aggravated by poor leadership in the department, both at political and operational level, with no accountability or effective consequence management in place. MEC Mataro's department currently finds itself failing to achieve effective outcomes in any of its programs. The MEC appears to be transferring culpability onto the various local authorities and or onto the National Treasury for its inability to achieve its intended targets. It could be fair to say that the lack of meaningful progress in delivery of housing and housing opportunities has become the norm. During the second budget adjustment, the 24-25 adjusted budget of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements decreased by 450 million from 6.092 billion to 5.642 billion. This downward revision is due to the decisions taken by the National Department of Human Settlements to reduce the Human Settlements Development Grant allocation to the Gauteng province by 300 million and to reduce the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant allocation to the Gauteng province by 150 million because of unsatisfactory performance. This downward revision has become a regular intervention by the National Treasury. Despite this issue being raised repeatedly within community within the department, this underachievement continues to embarrass the department and reflects negatively on its ability to achieve its outcomes. More troubling is the department's failure to improve its performance to prevent this intervention. The department is further restricted by several factors, including the ever-increasing demand for housing in Gauteng due to immigration and the formation of new households, the high cost of well-located land that is suitable for housing development, and the increasing number of informal settlements. The department has overseen, unfortunately, the failure of providing housing and housing opportunities due to the rapid land lease program, the inability to effectively utilise grants to provide for informal settlement upgrading and the formalisation program, the inability to maintain the 6 hostels effectively under the hostel redevelopment plan and make provision for the remaining 60 in the province, the slow release of title deeds, the failure to accelerate completion of outstanding mega projects, an underperforming Gauteng Partnership Fund, an ineffective township renewal program, the inability to achieve targets in the annual performance plan, notwithstanding the introduction of a turnaround strategy, aggravated due to incompetence, and a lack of managerial skill and accountability, as well as a low number of PPP initiatives that all prevent the department from achieving its basic goals. These are all aggravated by non-existent or inadequate land invasion prevention strategies. MEC Matara has more than one occasion admitted that the goals and visions of the department cannot be achieved. Instead of providing a way forward, she and the department would take a defensive position with no clear turnaround proposal. The department continues to disappoint and underperform. Until there is effective political and operational accountability, effective planning and consequent management, the department's performance will not improve. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chirota. Honourable Masilela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is Member Abrams. I will then be debating on human settlement.
Okay.
Baie dankie, Honourable Speaker. Waardeer die geleentheid. Across Gauteng, families living in informal settlements and run-down hostels continue to endure conditions that strip them of dignity and safety. This annual report once again shows a department that is active on paper, yet unable to deliver the scale and urgency required to confront the province's human settlement crisis. What we see here is not a reflection of transformation, Honourable Speaker, but of a government that remains comfortable with planning instead of delivering. Honourable Speaker, the report notes that 9 informal settlements received engineering interventions in the past financial year. But let us be truthful in this House. Not a single informal settlement was upgraded to phase 3. Not one. Instead, the department continues with the same pattern year after year. Limited temporary services, social compacts, feasibility studies, consultations, and planning documents. These are administrative activities, not upgrades. Our communities cannot find dignity in a feasible study. Children cannot grow on a land that has been assessed but not serviced, and families cannot rely on temporary infrastructure forever. The Premier has repeatedly announced the upgrading of 68 informal settlements, yet this annual report exposes a program stuck in preliminary phases, unable to produce permanent infrastructure or complete full township establishment. Treasury reduces due to poor performance make matters even worse. This is not progress, Madam Speaker. It is stagnation disguised as activity, while hundreds of thousands continue to live unsafe and unserviced conditions. Turning to households, the department focus remains almost exclusive on 6 provincially owned hostels, but Gauteng has many more hostels that are not provincially owned, and these communities continue to live in severe neglect. The devastating shooting at Selbourn Hostel, where 25 people were recently shot and 12 died, forced us to confront this reality. During our oversight on the 13th of November, we witnessed first-hand filth, broken infrastructure, collapsed sanitation, overcrowding, and widespread safety risks. These were unlivable conditions that no human being should be subjected to. Selbourn is not an isolated case, but a reflection of how the province abandons hostels simply because they fall under municipal responsibilities. Honourable Speaker, the annual report also highlights another persistent failure: the department's inability to meet its procurement targets for township-based enterprises, youth-owned businesses, and women-owned companies. Procurement remains dominated by established suppliers, while township contractors, young people, and women continue to be sidelined. The situation in mega projects reflects similar shortcomings, Madam Speaker. Although heavily funded and taking up the bulk of the department's spending, many remain stalled due to bulk infrastructure delays, hijackings, unresolved municipal disputes, and weak contractor performance. Community sees cleared land, half-built structures, and endless promises instead of completed homes. These projects continue to absorb large portions of the budget, yet deliver very little towards reducing the backlog of integrated communities into livable human settlements. Honourable Speaker, we recognise the delivery of 7,237 BNG units against a target of 5,914. However, incremental overperformance does not shift the tragedy of crisis of this magnitude, nor does an unqualified audit change the reality that millions remain without adequate shelter. The annual report ultimately reflects the
Honourable
department that has
Abrahams, your
not yet
time is
risen
up.
to the responsibility entrusted to it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mahlabe.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Legislature, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party rises today to speak on a matter of grave and urgent concern: the strategic importance and the constitutional role bestowed upon the Department of Human Settlements as the vehicle for changing the living conditions of the downtrodden masses of our people in Gauteng province. We have observed with deep concern the challenges the department was confronted with in the current financial year, which made it almost impossible for the department to fully operate and deliver as per the constitutional mandate. Some of the obvious and most noticeable challenges include, but not limited to, the recent budget cut due to other government competing priorities, the ever-growing migration problem or influx into the province as the economic hub of the African continent. The major historic problem facing the department is the backlog starting from as early as 1996, housing allocation problem in the province. This problem is endemic and must be confronted, dealt with, and resolved for the department to move forward. Honourable Speaker, we still have citizens in this province, our mothers, our fathers, our veterans of struggle who applied for houses in the dawn of democracy. They have waited patiently for 30 years. They see RDP houses being built, but they do not receive them. Instead, these state-subsidized houses meant for the poor and marginalized South Africans are in many instances occupied by foreign nationals. Practical example: Loli in Johannesburg. The community of Loli has held numerous protests alleging that significant number of new RDP houses in the area were illegally occupied by foreign nationals. In El Dorado Park, community leaders have repeatedly stated that syndicates move foreign nationals into houses that are meant for locals. In Mamelodi, protests erupted after community members alleged that housing officials were corruptly selling RDP houses. Secondly, the state of our hostels. The hostels in Gauteng are not places of habitation. They are testaments to neglect. They are overcrowded, structurally unsafe, and lack the most basic services like consistent water, sanitation, and electricity. Honourable members, the lack of coherent, proactive, and controlled land release policy by this department has led to people settling wherever they can find open spaces. People are building shelters on the very tracks where our trains are meant to operate, thereby crippling our public transport system. and creating unthinkable safety hazards. There is a dire need for the department to proactively deal with the issue of land invasions as well as land distribution for the purpose of managing the current land grabs by disparate communities who fall victims to unsuspecting criminals. As the MKP, we will tirelessly fight for the return of our land, our natural resources, our economy, in particular to reclaim the land that we were forcefully and violently taken from it as indigenous people in this country. Thank you. Gwaza Mkonto Gwaza.
Honourable Muri.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, today we debate the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for the 2024-25 financial year. While the report reflects certain achievements, it also exposes a deep systemic failure that Action SA cannot ignore. Firstly, the positives must be acknowledged. The department exceeded its target for the breaking new ground houses, delivering 7,237 units against the target of 5,914. It also relocated more households from informal settlements than planned and achieved 100% compliance in paying invoices within 30 days. These are commendable outcomes that show capacity exists when priorities are clear. But the bad far outweighs the good. The department spent only 95% of its budget, underspending by nearly 300 million due to poor grant performance and vacant posts. This is not just a financial statistic, it represents thousands of families left without homes. Worse still, the Auditor General issued an unqualified opinion with material findings, a regression from the prior year. The Gauteng Partnership Fund even received a disclaimer opinion, meaning its books were so poor they could not be audited properly. The report also reveals shocking failures in empowerment targets. Only 2.16% of procurement went to township businesses against 60% target. Only 19.86% to women-owned firms against 40% target. And just 11.13% to youth-owned business against 20% target. These figures are just not numbers. They are broken promises to the very communities that this department is meant to serve. Action SA has consistently raised concerns about housing mismanagement. We welcome Premier Lesufi's commitment to a full audit of the RDP housing allocation after our sustained pressure. We condemn the abandonment of the 97 million Tembisa mega house project, which lies vandalized and stripped while families wait for homes. This annual report confirms our fears. Targets are missed, audits are regressing, and billions are wasted while Gauteng residents remain in shacks and hostels. Honourable members, Action SA believes housing is not just a bricks and mortar issue. It's about dignity, security, and opportunity. Therefore, we demand immediate accountability for underspending and failed grants. We demand a transparent audit of housing allocation to root out corruption and ghost allocations. We demand urgent action on title deeds, because without ownership documents, families remain vulnerable to disputes and exploitation. A real empowerment strategy that ensures township businesses, women and youth benefit meaningfully from housing budget. In conclusion, Speaker, while departments celebrate over-delivery in some areas, the truth is Gauteng people are stranded. Housing crisis remains unresolved. Action SA will continue to fight for accountability, efficiency and dignity in human settlements. People deserve better. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Duplessis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, MEC and members of this House. The 2024-2025 annual report for the Department of Human Settlements in Gauteng does not tell a story of progress, but rather a story of promises recycled, budgets mismanaged, communities abandoned, and a department that has forgotten that housing is not a favour, it's a constitutional right. This report confirms what residents have felt for years. In Gauteng, human settlements are not being delivered, but people are being left behind. Despite a multi-billion rand budget, the department once again failed to meet a number of key performance targets. Only a fraction of planned housing units was completed, several mega projects remain stuck, informal settlement upgrading has slowed instead of accelerated, and the title deed backlog, now affecting hundreds and thousands of families, continues to escalate. Speaker, when a department underspends its budgets while thousands wait for dignified housing, this is not just an administrative failure, it's a moral failure. The report also exposes ongoing irregular expenditure, weak contract management, and poor oversight of implementing agents. Communities watch contractors abandon sites, leaving behind empty foundations, overgrown weeds, and shattered expectations. Case in point being the Monroe's mega development. Yet no one is held accountable. No blacklisting, no consequence management, no urgency. This is not a housing delivery model, it's a model to produce poverty, and still the department claims progress and growth. Speaker, the DA rejects this culture of celebrating mediocrity. We reject the idea that Gauteng must accept human settlements that degrade dignity instead of restoring it. But critique without solutions is irresponsible, so allow me to outline what a DA-led approach would do differently. Proposal 1. Ring-fence and spend the housing budget fully and transparently. Every cent must build a home, deliver a service stand, or release a title deed. No more last-minute rollovers, no more underspending. Proposal 2. Put the entire housing project pipeline on a public, real-time dashboard like in the Western Cape. The communities deserve to track timelines, budgets, contractors, and progress. Transparency kills corruption and creates trust. Proposal 3. In the era of dysfunctional implementing agents, the DA would introduce strict procurement screening, enforce performance contracts, and blacklist non-performing contractors on a permanent basis. Proposal 4. Prioritize service stands and mixed use, higher density developments near economic centres. The future of housing is not endless peripheral RDP sprawl. It is integrated, walkable, economically connected communities. A number of our mega developments are built in areas where there is very little economic growth or opportunities, such as Elijah Buchai in Merafong. Proposal 5, establish a dedicated provincial title deed task team. The DA would clear the backlog within 5 years by digitising records, simplifying transfers, and partnering with metros and private conveyances. Ownership of its utmost importance because it economically empowers people. Proposal 6, partner, not compete with the private sector, NGOs and community housing associations. Government must be an enabler of development, not its bottleneck. Proposal 7, shift more housing delivery power and budget to municipalities and metros, who are much closer to residents, service realities and development needs. Centralised provincial control is slowing delivery. Speaker, these are not pie-in-the-sky solutions. They are evidence-based, cost-efficient and already working in DA-governed municipalities under the DA-run Western Cape Provincial Government. Residents do not want excuses, they want keys. They want serviced land, they want functioned sanitation and amenities. They want neighbourhoods that is safe and can provide an environment for growth and opportunity. This annual report confirms that Gauteng cannot continue its current trajectory. We must choose competence over crisis, accountability over excuses, and innovation over stagnation. The DA remains committed to a Gauteng where the dignity of housing is not a political slogan, but a lived reality. Where families do not wait 20 years on a list, where informal settlements are not dumping grounds but thriving service communities, where public money builds homes, not networks of patronage. Speaker, this department has lost public confidence, and this report proves why. This time for turning a blind eye has passed. Gauteng deserves better, and with the right leadership, the right systems and political will, better is possible.
Thank you. Honourable Gentile.
Honourable Speaker, the honourable members and all residents of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, let me start this debate by depositing the shocking statistics on the global human settlements in the world, that the UN reports over 1.6 billion, around 20% of the world population live in inadequate housing with poor access to water, sanitation and basic services, facing risks like eviction and diseases. And according to these reports, this massive global deficit is especially prevalent in the global south, which is where we are as the Gauteng province. Honourable members, the true measure of any government is not in its slogan, but in its ability to bring dignity, security and stability into the lives of its people. It's President Nelson Mandela that reminds us, open quote, overcoming poverty is not a task of charity, and it is an act of justice, and I close quote. The work of the Department of Human Settlement is precisely this, an act of justice, a commitment to rebuild lives, a promise to shape communities where families can live, work and raise their children in peace and opportunity. As we reflect on the 2024-2025 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, we rise with confidence to acknowledge the progress achieved. the obstacles confronted, and the resilience in which the department continues to implement the vision of the African National Congress, a vision grounded in human dignity and spatiality. In spite of this being the first year of the Gauteng provincial unity, which comes with its own challenges in terms of priorities and budgets, the department continues with its all flagship programs, and as part of the TISH program, the upgrading of informal settlements, the issuing of title deeds, the hostel redevelopmental program, the rapid land release program, and mega housing development projects. The annual report tells a story of delivery, a story of delivery under pressure. It shows that despite physical constraints, the rise in construction costs and infrastructure backlogs at municipal level, the department did not slow down. Instead, it adapted, innovated, and continued delivering roofs, service stands, formalized communities, and access to land across the province. Honourable members, we cannot sit here and pretend not to understand the socio-economic and health impacts of human settlements. Inadequate human housing fuel, we know that inadequate housing fuels poverty, it fuels crime, poor health mentally and physically. It also fuels social exclusion, affecting education and development. To determine the extent of work required in this regard, feasibility studies are often carried out. We are happy that to note that the department achieved their target of 10 feasibility studies conducted for upgrading informal settlements. Madam Speaker, it follows logic that we speak of human settlements, we speak of lives change as part of the social compact. We note, therefore, that the department achieved its target in a number of social compacts to be concluded with communities in the year under review, and to deepen its work in developing integrated communities that dismantle apartheid spatial patterns and place people nearer to their opportunities. As the current president of the ANC and the country, Cyril Ramaphosa, often reminds us, a home is more than just shelter. It's a foundation in which people build their lives. The department has delivered thousands of breaking new ground units and service stands. Each one represents a family, and that now has a stable foundation at which it can plan its future. Despite the national cost escalations in the construction sector, the department escalated its delivery targets through better contract management, oversight, improved resource management, and stronger coordination with municipalities. The continued expansion of service stands particularly affirms the ANC's commitment to empowering families who build incrementally. This model recognizes that people must be active participants in shaping their future, not passive recipients of development. Madam Speaker, noting that nothing restores dignity and identity more profoundly than a formal home ownership, we acknowledge the challenges, of course, that exist in issuing of title deeds pre- and post-1994, and we want to welcome the progress that is made in fast-tracking the issuance of title deeds, though it is slow. But we do want to celebrate this because we know thousands celebrate, and thousands of these families who have awaited for decades, they celebrate because receiving a title deed is not merely receiving a document, it is receiving justice. It is receiving affirmation and belonging. As former President Oliver Tambo taught us, the fight for freedom is the fight to reclaim human dignity. Through these title deeds, these families reclaim their dignity, and through improved cooperation with municipalities, the deeds office and the department must lay a groundwork to clear even more historic backlogs. Honourable members, more than double the number of households in the informal settlements targeted for relocation to completed units in the mega project was achieved, a task critical in rapid urbanizing of the province. Instead of using evictions or displacements, and this is without encouraging lawlessness, the department has pursued human-centered approach in improving water access, expanding electrification, installing sanitation infrastructure, and formalizing settlements long trapped in uncertainty. Notable achievement here includes a number of service sites delivered, which was almost double the target amount. The beyond target achievement of the number of municipal engineering services installed for walk-up units, the project milestones completed with the sewer network upgrade under the Beggesdal URP. These interventions have stabilized communities and deepened social cohesion. Slowly but surely, Department of Human Settlement, that was once symbolized with exclusions, is now centered around integrating everyone in the province into a broader urban fabric. Madam Speaker, linked to this department's commitment to expanding affordable rental and social housing, by working with the GPF and social housing institution, the department ensured low-income earners, your students and young professionals who are your middle class have access to accommodation close to transportation to university and urban hubs. GPF expanded targets in key areas of number of rental units completed, number of beds and percentage disbursements in the integrated program. Madam Speaker, we are encouraged by the department's improved performance on the first home finance, which was formerly known as FLIPS program. More teachers, nurses, police and young professionals, the so-called middle class, can now obtain subsidies to secure their first homes at a young age. This is how we build a strong, resilient middle class and how we anchor our democracy. Madam Speaker and honourable members, the ANC-led government is going above and beyond. The work of mega and catalytic human settlements projects are continued with strength and discipline, reshaping the spatial landscape of Gauteng. And President Thabo Mbeki once said, "We are building for generations not yet born." The department's work ensures that the future generations inherit a province more integrated, more equitable, more economically vibrant. The department also worked to reduce community tensions, strengthening communication in terms of the bedlocks around allocation with civic groups, CPFs and the beneficiaries. Clear information around project timelines and allocation has led to more stability, and we know that the department can still do more as people are anxiously waiting for houses. Yes, there are real challenges, honourable members, like the percentage of the department procurement spent on township and the percentage of service stands released to its beneficiaries, the challenge of immigration to the province that the honourable members have spoken to, and that the department must look into this matter. But we know that this is not permanent. And however long the night, the dawn will break. The ANC remain committed to supporting the department as it enhances its capacity. Madam Speaker, the 2024-2025 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements is testament to resilience and commitment. It reflects the department that continues to build despite pressure, that continues to deliver despite constraints, that continues to restore dignity to thousands of families across the province. Homes are not merely buildings. Service stands are not merely plots of land. Title deeds are not merely documents. They are pillars upon which dignity, stability, and opportunities are built. They are instruments through which we transform communities and advance the struggle for social justice. As African National Congress, we remain unwavering in our commitment to building humane, inclusive, and responsive Gauteng, a province where every family has a place to call home, where every community is developed and no one is then left behind. This is done by increased efforts in the service delivery while keeping focused attention on the areas requiring urgent attention as outlined. Delays in municipal infrastructure approvals, raising construction costs, underperforming constructors, and increasing housing demand driven by immigration to the province. Honourable Speaker, in light of the positive trends that we have seen in this department, of increasing numbers in achieving targets and decreasing underachieved targets over the past 3 years, we therefore call upon the House to recognise the progress and efforts made to support the continuous efforts of the department and to reaffirm our commitment to a Gauteng built on justice, dignity, and opportunity for all. Inkonzo zikahulumende elantwini ngoku siyabule.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gentile. Honourable Mutara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, to the Premier and members of the Executive Council, to members of the House, our leadership of our municipalities and entities, head of department and our senior management, distinguished guests, residents of Gauteng. Today, I wish to account for the work of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements in the 24-25 financial years reflected in the annual report before this House. This is not only an administrative obligation, it is a democratic duty. When we table an annual report, we are not defending a document, we are accounting to the people whose lives depend on whether we do our work well. At the center of this debate is a simple but profound question. Are we using public resources to bring working class and poor families closer to housing security and comfort, or not? The Freedom Charter set that standard for us decades ago, and our Constitution entrenched it in Section 26, which guarantees everyone the right to have access to adequate housing. Our task is to report honestly on how far we have moved in that direction and where we must still do better. Human settlements is not only about building units, it is about dismantling apartheid spatial patterns, creating safe and connected neighborhoods, protecting security of tenure and defending communities, especially women, children, persons with disabilities and the elderly, from those who prey on their desperation, whether through fraud, scams, or illegal land invasions. In the year under review, we continue to implement a multi-year turnaround strategy to stabilize governance, strengthen financial management, improve planning, and accelerate delivery. We are not where we want to be yet, but the trend is clear. Audit outcomes are more stable, systems are maturing, and the scale and quality of delivery is improving in key areas. At the same time, there are serious constraints in underperforming areas that we must confront and correct together with our partners in municipalities and the broader human settlement sector. On our governance and audit and program, which is program one, which is the administration. Before we speak about delivery, we must speak about the state of the institution. A department that cannot govern itself, cannot govern a housing program for the people. I'm pleased to report that the foundations of governance in the department continue to stabilize and mature. During the year under review, the department once again achieved an unqualified audit outcome. This is not by luck, but a result of deliberate multi-year effort to strengthen internal controls, improve financial reporting disciplines, and ensure that the information we place before the AG is credible, verifiable, and compliant with legislation. We resolved the majority of historical audit concerns, improved the quality of our AFS, which is our annual financial statements, and tightened our management of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Our payment turnaround time remains at 100%, meaning every fully compliant invoice is paid within 30 days. We are even making strides on paying within 15 days. For small contractors, women-owned businesses, youth enterprises, and professional service providers, that is not a statistic. It is the margin between survival and collapse. We also implemented the new organizational structure with the majority of posts migrated and uploaded on Persil. Objections were handled through the proper dispute mechanisms, appeals were finalized, and our employment equity commitments remained firmly on track. These reforms matter because a capable state requires a capable workforce. Honourable members, strengthening governance does not mean ignoring weaknesses. The AG raised areas requiring improvement across certain programs, including elements of asset management, reporting disciplines, and aspects of predetermined objectives. We accept these findings without defensiveness, Member Shirota, and we have already instituted corrective actions. Through our executive management team, audit steering committees, and internal audit, we now track audit recommendations monthly, assign accountability to responsible managers, and escalate underperformance swiftly. This is how a responsible department behaves, not by hiding weaknesses, but by confronting them decisively. I want to emphasize that there is no space in this department for financial misconduct, misrepresentation, or the abuse of state systems. Where evidence of wrongdoing exists, it is investigated. Where disciplinary action is required, it is taken. Where criminal referral is warranted, it is made. We will not compromise public trust for the comfort of any individual. This governance foundation is not the end goal. It is the platform from which we can deliver sustainable, integrated I want to emphasize that there is no space in the department for financial misconduct. Where disciplinary action is required, it is taken. This is the platform from which we can deliver sustainable, integrated human settlements at scale. The people of Gauteng deserve a department that is administratively stable, financially credible, and operationally focused. Our work in Program 1 is ensuring exactly that. On our program 2, which is housing needs research and planning, the human settlements cannot be developed through chance, speculation, or populism. It requires rigorous planning, credible data, as well as a firm understanding of the spatial realities of our people. On program 2, here exists to ensure that every rand spent, every project approved, and every settlement developed aligns to a long-term evidence-based vision for the province. In the reporting year, the department continued to strengthen the integrated human settlements project pipeline, the Gauteng Spatial Master Plan, and the multi-year housing development frameworks that guide our work with municipalities. These instruments ensure that our delivery is not ad hoc or politically opportunistic, but directed by need, feasibility, and long-term settlement logic. There has to be feasibility, Member Abrams, because we cannot, and it's a governance process, but we cannot just build in an ad hoc fashion. We have to build where it is feasible to do so, and there is a number of aspects that are taken into account when we deal with a feasibility study. So that we don't have a problem that has happened in the past, in the early days of the Human Settlements Delivery Program, where projects were delivered, where it was not feasible, and even to this day, we are unable to deal with issues like title deed delivery, etc., because where those projects were delivered, they were not feasible to do so at the time. So we need to correct, and we have corrected, and hence the feasibilities as a requirement, especially on informal settlements. So planning is as important an integral part of the delivery as the delivery of the houses itself. On program 3, which is the housing development, thank you, Member More, for acknowledging the progress. But when I listen to Member More, Speaker, and Member du Plessis, I'm not sure who read the annual report. I suspect it's Member More because the department delivered not a fraction of the targeted housing, as Member du Plessis stated. We actually delivered 7,237 breaking new ground houses, and that was more than the actual planned 5,914. I'm not sure where Member du Plessis got the fraction of the housing delivery, but that is inaccurate. We had progress in our informal settlements work, yes. The informal settlement target escapes us, but we make incremental progress. Temporary municipal engineering services were provided to targeted communities, feasibility assessments finalized, and social compacts also strengthened. Again, this is so that we don't have a problem that we had in the past, where the department builds without getting the communities affected, confirm that this is what they want, complete buy-in, so that we don't have a wastage of government resources. We relocated 518 households from precarious informal settlements into completed mega projects, and this reflects our commitment to both dignity and safety. Member du Plessis, in the year under review, we had no contractor who abandoned any project. Through the EPWP, the department created tens of thousands of work opportunities supporting income generation while building essential infrastructure across the province. This demonstrates our continued commitment to inclusive growth and the empowerment of youth and local labor. These gains confirm a simple truth. When systems stabilize, delivery accelerates, yet they also highlight the scale of demand that remains, demand that requires sustained investment, improved intergovernmental coordination, and protection of projects from those who seek to exploit desperation through scams or illegal occupation. On our program 4, it is on the housing assets, title deeds, and security of tenure. Of course, this speaks to something deeper than infrastructure. This is about being able to provide the security of tenure and confirmation of the ownership. Of course, yes, we are approaching this area with transparency and determination. There is a huge backlog, but we've put systems in place working with the municipalities, refining our standard operating procedures so that we can make a dent in the backlog on the issuing of title deeds. I want to be able to say, Madam Speaker, that on scams and illegal land invasion and protecting our communities, Member Mahlaba, we have to work together as a unitary voice on the matter. It can't be government or communities that are at loggerheads. It can't be invasions that are spearheaded by so-called community leaders. Just earlier this week gave me information and I had said to you that those are not officials of the department. They are scammers who purport to be officials of the department, even to the extent of purporting to be me. We continue to communicate and will continue and require also the department and yourselves to repeat that anybody who claims that they need to pay for anything related to housing is being scammed and should not do so. Speaker, I'd like to end my debate there. There's a lot more that I wanted to be able to say, but time doesn't allow me. Thank you to all members who support, but also who criticize. Through that, we work and do better. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, can we go? Can you read order number 7, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement, including its entity, for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dr. Mketi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, once more, and greetings to the honourable members in the House and those who are joining us on the virtual platform, and greetings to our people of Gauteng, and special greetings, Speaker, to the people of Westland, because I'm told they're in the House. I, Honourable Nomathemba Mokgethi, the Chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements Annual Report for the 2024-2025 financial year as follows. Honourable Speaker, if you allow, I will just table a summarized report because the report has already been circulated to the House. The Vote 8 adjusted appropriation and final appropriation of the department's main appropriation for 2024-2025 financial year. The department spent just over 5.3 billion of the budget allocation of 5.6 billion, which translates to 95% spending. The underspending is mainly related to the grant, to the conditional grants performance. During the second budget adjustment, the 2024-2025 adjusted budget of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements decreased by 450 million from 6 billion to 5.6 billion. This downward revision is due to the decision taken by the National Department of Human Settlements to reduce the HSDG allocation to the Gauteng province by 300 million and to reduce the ISUPG allocation to Gauteng province by 150 million as a result of unsatisfactory spending. In 2024-2025 financial year, the department planned to achieve 34 targets. However, 23, which translate to 68%, were fully achieved, while 11, which translate to 32%, were not fully achieved. Out of the 11 targets that were not fully achieved, 5 performed between 50 to 99%. The Portfolio Committee noted that the audit outcomes of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for this financial year of 2024-2025 obtained an unqualified audit opinion with material findings on the compliance with laws and regulations, as well as material findings on the audit of predetermined objectives. Furthermore, the Gauteng Partnership Fund obtained an unqualified audit opinion with no findings. This audit opinion has improved when compared to the prior year. The public entity made progress in addressing the issues identified on the annual performance report in the prior year. A total of 1,857 work opportunities were created through EPWP incentive grant in the financial year 2024-2025 for the unskilled labor out of the planned target of 4,000. Furthermore, 1,111 out of the planned target of 500 work opportunities were created through Human Settlement Development Grant in the financial year for the skilled labor. This target has been overachieved. In terms of the number of service stands procured for the rapid land release per financial year, the planned target for the year under review was 100% and 35% service stands were procured. The department deviated with 65% from the planned target. The department reported that they continue to experience low beneficiary turnout on allocation days due to missing beneficiaries and allocation notification that failed to reach some of the beneficiaries. The Portfolio Committee noted that the number of BNG houses delivered, the planned target was 5,914 BNG houses, and the department managed to achieve a target of 7,237 BNG houses, which was an overachievement due to reprioritization of funds from the underperforming projects. Madam Speaker, we also, as a committee, had some concerns. The Portfolio Committee noted poor underspending on the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant, which limits the intended impact on the program. And the second one was on the completed houses for military veterans, which were not occupied due to lack of verified list of beneficiaries. And lastly, the Portfolio Committee noted that the department continues to struggle to achieve its set targets for designated groups. The department, we also have some recommendations. The department should provide responses for the following recommendations by the 30th of January 2026. The department should take into consideration concerns raised by the stakeholders during the public meeting dated the 13th of November 2025. The first recommendation, the department should provide a quarterly expenditure report on the ISUGP outlining how funds were used, reasons for underspending, and recovery plan to ensure full budget utilization. The second one, the department should submit a finalized and fully verified beneficiary list for military veterans and also provide proof of allocation and occupation of completed houses. The last one, the department should produce evidence-based plans showing how it will improve performance on the targets for designated groups, supported by monthly progress updates. Furthermore, the department should engage on organizations that represent designated groups and report back to the committee. On acknowledgements, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlement, MEC Tasmin Mutara, the head of the department, MEP Khadebe Mabaso, Gauteng Partnership CEO Melindiwe Kwele, and their senior officials. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express a gratitude to the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Member Schneemann, Member Gentile, Member Shirota, Member Duplessis, Member A. Fuchs, Member Masilela, Member More, Member Abrahams, Member Mahlabe, and Member Miso. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the following support staff members: Group Committee Coordinator Ms. Z. Mpanjwambalo, Senior Researcher Ms. S. Noneli, Committee Researcher Ms. A. Gwabeni, Senior Committee Coordinator Ms. J. Mutiki, Committee Administrator Ms. N. Zimakwe, Service Officer Ms. P. Qimba, Hansard Recorder Mr. N. Bonani, Senior Information Officer Mr. Lebogang Ngube, Media Officer Ms. Z. Mzweni, and Ms. R. Matebula for their dedication and commitment. Honourable Speaker, on adoption, in terms of Rule 117C2 read together with Rule 164, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents to the House the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement Annual Report for the 2024-2025 financial year for adoption, taking into account the concerns and proposed recommendations. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Muketi. Do we have a seconder, honourable members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise to second the report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairman. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes. Okay, those that are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including its entity, for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Mosupyoe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members and the citizens of Gauteng and our guests in the gallery. I would like to start by stating maybe something that is obvious, that transport is a lifeblood of development, and without connectivity, there's no progress. Today, we debate the Department of Roads and Transport and Logistics 24-25 annual report, informed by lessons from the Transport Committee's recent study tour to Egypt. I stand before you not just to report numbers, but to articulate a vision of Gauteng where roads are more than concrete and steel, where transport systems move people with dignity, speed, and safety. Over the past year, the department has remained steadfast in building a province that connects not only geographies, but also aspirations. A pivotal moment in shaping this vision was a recent study tour to Egypt, a nation boldly reimagining urban mobility through mega infrastructure and forward-thinking planning, from their development of 21 cities to integrate transit corridors, high-speed railway networks. Egypt has shown us that transformation begins with courage and coherence. From Cairo to Johannesburg, the lesson is clear. Great cities are built not just on roads, but on vision. We returned inspired and more determined than ever to make sure that roads in Gauteng are developed and with speed. Roads are not just structures, they are enablers of progress. They connect producers to markets, they reduce cost, they attract investment. They link communities to healthcare, education, and emergency services, while supporting tourism and small businesses. Strategically, they enable defense, disaster response, and urban growth. In short, roads drive prosperity, cohesion, and resilience. Gauteng's dense road network has powered economic growth by entrenched congestion and reliance on private car. Projects like Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project modernized the infrastructure, but sparked a debate on affordability. Future planning must prioritize sustainability, efficiency, and equitable access. Our study tour showed how bold integrated planning transforms economies. Egypt is building 21 cities in a decade, linking transport with housing and industry. Their monorail and light rail systems are modern, green, and fully integrated. Strict deadlines and penalties ensure accountability. Financing models like EPC and F accelerated delivery. The 6th of October dry port demonstrate how logistics hub boosts trade and jobs. Gauteng must adopt similar strategies to position itself as Africa's tradeway gateway. Let us commend the department for achieving a clean audit for 24-25 financial year, an unqualified opinion from the Auditor General. This is not a bureaucratic jargon. It is a resounding verdict of transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. It means every rand is accounted for and no corners were cut in governance. The department has delivered 84% of its target, 96% budget expenditure, with 100% allocation spent on infrastructure, proving that planning translates into tangible progress. 5.26 billion in revenue collection reflect efficient systems and commitment to sustaining development. This is fiscal discipline in action. However, honourable members, challenges persist. Poor contractor performance continues to delay projects. Taxi violence disrupts services and endanger lives, and tight fiscal constraints have forced reprioritization of projects. These issues demand agent solutions if we are to build a transport system that is modern, efficient, and inclusive. Honourable members, based on these lessons, I propose the following to the House and maybe to the Department, that we need to adopt strict contractor performance measures with penalties for delays, integrating transport planning with housing, social development, as Egypt does. Explore finance models beyond traditional 3PPs, ensuring accountability and timely delivery. Establish provincial logistic hub to position Gauteng as a trade gateway for Africa. Lastly, Madam Speaker, Gauteng has demonstrated discipline. The department has met targets, passed audits, built infrastructure, but the world is moving faster. Egypt shows us that transformative infrastructure demands vision, integration, and unrelenting execution. We have the roads, but now we need the ambition. Let us build not just for today's commuters, but for tomorrow's innovators. Let us connect not just suburbs, but opportunities. Let us make Gauteng not just a province of movement, but a province of motion. A transport system that is modern, efficient, and inclusive is not a luxury. It is a foundation of just, prosperous, and a competitive Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masuku. Honourable Duplessis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Speaker, members and fellow residents of Gauteng. Today we debate the annual report that once again emphasises the growing gap between what the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport promises and what it actually delivers. As a member of the Provincial Legislature representing the Democratic Alliance, I rise to speak not only on behalf of our values and policies, but on behalf of every resident stuck in traffic due to non-functioning traffic lights, every commuter stranded without reliable public transport, and every motorist whose vehicle have been damaged by roads the department continues to neglect. Clean audit does not fix broken roads. The department celebrates a clean audit as if it's proof of delivery excellence. Let us be clear, a clean audit measures compliance, not performance. The DA welcomes good governance and always will, but we will not accept a situation where the books are neat while the roads are not. Gauteng residents cannot drive on an audit opinion. They drive on roads that in many areas are becoming more dangerous by the day. The decaying road infrastructure has a detrimental effect on the everyday lives of our residents. Infrastructure delivery behind schedule, behind expectation. The report claims progress, but the fact paints a different picture. Patching and resurfacing targets continue to fall short. Major routes remain in disrepair far beyond acceptable timelines. Critical intersections remain dysfunctional for months at a time. This is not because of a lack of budget, it's because of a lack of planning, supervision and accountability. Under a DA government, infrastructure delivery is rooted in performance-based contracting, strict deadlines and real consequences for failure. If a contractor cannot deliver, they are replaced. This department continues to reward incompetence with more contracts and more excuses. Traffic lights, a management failure, not a natural disaster. Speaker, the department once again blames cable theft and load shedding for broken traffic lights. Yes, these contribute, but they are not the real problem. The real problem is that this department has no proactive maintenance plan, no rapid response teams, and no adoption of affordable solar alternatives already used efficiently in DA-run cities and municipalities. Instead of solutions, we get explanations. Instead of action, we get announcements. Under DA policy, key intersections could be converted to solar or hybrid systems years ago, ensuring functionality even during power outages. But this department is stuck in the past. Public transport integration is still nowhere near realization. Speaker, the ITMP 25 have been in development for a decade. Every year, the department talks about it. Meanwhile, commuters continue to endure disjointed bus systems, unpredictable scheduling, rising transport costs, overloaded taxis, and the constant war between the taxi industry and the e-hailing service. The DA vision is clear and achievable. One system, one journey, one card. The department is nowhere close to delivering that for Gauteng. The biggest red flag, underspending. Speaker, the department not only fails to deliver, but also fails to spend the very funds intended for delivery. In a province where roads are collapsing and transport infrastructure is deteriorating, underspending is not responsible responsibility, it is neglect. While residents dodge potholes, the department sits on funds earmarked to repair them. While failing to spend funds on repairs, the department is forced to pay millions in legal costs, defending itself against thousands of compensation claims. This is the opposite of good governance. A DA call to action. Speaker, the DA calls on the MEC and the department to immediately implement transparent, performance-based contractor management, deploy solar and hybrid traffic systems at high-volume intersections, publish real-time maintenance dashboards accessible to the public, accelerate road rehabilitation with strict measurable deadlines, table a credit time-bound plan for real public transport integration. These are not political demands, they are practical solutions the DA already implements where it governs. Conclusion. Honourable Speaker, the annual report does not reflect the department in control of its mandate. It reflects a department overwhelmed by its responsibilities, underperforming on its commitments, and failing the people of Gauteng where it matters most, on the road, at the intersection, and in the daily commute. Gauteng deserves a transport system that works. It deserves roads that are maintained, contracts that deliver, and leadership that is accountable. Until this department embraces real reform, the DA will continue to hold it to the highest standards and fight for the clean, safe, efficient transport network our residents deserve. And that makes our economy work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Masoleng.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, honourable members of the House, and to the people of Gauteng and our visitors. Madam Speaker, the department is made up primarily of 3 key areas: road infrastructure, public transport service, and public transport regulations. These 3 areas, Madam Speaker, are definitely the 3 most critical components of the Department of Roads and Transport, with others naturally playing complementary and supplementary roles. It is within these 3 key areas that the economic freedom fighters wishes to gauge the progress on the work made by the department. In accordance with proclamations made by the Premier of the province, the department was part of the initiative to identify the 40 worst roads in Gauteng. These roads, as we have come to know, are mostly located in the Sedibeng corridor. Of particular interest is Sebe Road, located in Sebokeng Zone 7. Madam Speaker, it is this very Sebe Road that to date barely has any tar on the majority of its surface, is riddled with potholes, has no stormwater drainage, and looks essentially like Val River, Kirilenkandla fire pool, Etlahanyana hapula inil. Irike kohulle ezi dumevu. Zone 6, ekare hu chikile bozamazam. In short, the road is incomplete and motorists have resorted into driving on pavements. Yet, almost 5.3 million was spent on these roads, or rather stolen through Sigivo trading and Madungwana project solution with no consequence management. The list is endless, by the way. In fact, we demand that the MEC go back and fix the mess that was created by her department. In the Northern Corridor, a very major traffic road connection, namely the Solomon Mahlangu Drive to Olfert Fontaine Road, remains at 47% completion, whilst it was targeted to be completed in the 2024-25 financial year. Moving on to the second key component of the department's functions, the public transport service program. One would almost be impressed at the amount of stakeholder consultation the department has held with the taxi industry throughout the period under review. One will even be tempted to applaud the onboard of an additional 3,400 minibus operators to the public transport database. But then, Madam Speaker, what these numbers do not speak to is the amount of commuters whose jobs were put at risk due to numerous taxi strikes and outbursts of taxi violence in the period under review. The report does not speak to the number of commuters who were injured and some of whom indeed lost their lives due to the rising scourge of taxi violence in the province. No, Madam Speaker, the report does not speak to the number of families
who have lost loved ones and family breadwinners due to the killing of over 10 taxi owners and drivers in the period under review. Perhaps speaking directly to the question of public transport services, this report can explain to the families of Mtokozisi, Mvelasi, Mbongani, Wilisile, and more than 30 other e-hailing drivers who have been killed in the violence between taxi associations and e-hailing drivers in Gauteng over the last 12 months. The truth is that the department has completely failed in its mandate to transform the public transport situation in Gauteng. Insofar as regulation is concerned, perhaps the less said, the better. To further amplify the point that we have just made above, the department's fair increment on the prices of renewal of licenses, application of the driver's permits, etc., are an exercise that is not done with any consultation with public transport operators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dilebo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The department boasts a clean audit and achieving its targets. Today, Madam Speaker, Umkhonto weSizwe raises a simple truth. Our transport system is still trapped in the logic of apartheid geography. Madam Speaker, the department continues to pour public money into elite transport while township residents fight for survival on collapsing roads. The Gautrain remains a luxury for a small minority, yet it receives a massive share of the budget every year. Meanwhile, communities in Soshanguve, Orange Farm, Winterveld, and many others are forced to navigate pothole-ridden roads, washed away surfaces, and endless delays in maintenance. These roads are not just an inconvenience, they cost lives, and ambulances cannot reach emergencies. Accidents increase, and the dignity of our people is stripped away. At the same time, Madam Speaker, the taxi industry, which is the backbone mobility of the majority, is left without real financial support. This neglect fuels violent competition, unsafe conditions, and the continued suffering of commuters who rely on these taxis on a daily basis. How can the mode that carries the most people receive the least attention? Madam Speaker, a clean audit cannot hide the truth. It cannot comfort a family who loses a loved one because an ambulance was delayed by a gravel road. It cannot fix a pothole, or prevent a taxi shooting, or restore a broken fridge. Madam Speaker, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we demand an immediate expansion of Gautrain to places like Soshanguve, Soweto, Mamelodi, and Hammanskraal to make it relevant and impactful to the most needy and poor people of our country, especially in Gauteng. Madam Speaker, Gauteng needs liberation roads and transport justice. It does not need accounting victories. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Dilebo. Honourable Mori.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the Department of Roads and Transport annual report presents a mixed picture. On the one hand, there are achievements worth noting. The department received an unqualified audit opinion with no findings. The Gauteng Management Agency, Gautrain Management Agency achieved 93% of its performance indicators. G-Fleet met all its set targets, and the Transport Authority for Gauteng achieved 95% of its indicators. These successes show that part of the transport system can deliver when properly managed. But again, the bad outweighs the good. Let's look at the following. The department achieved only 38 out of 56 service delivery targets, barely 50%. Critical infrastructure projects were left incomplete. Bridges in Tshwane remain unrepaired. The dangerous sinkhole on P122 persists despite repeated warnings. And upgrades on R82 and Golden Highways are moving at a snail's pace. These failures put lives at risk. The administration program failed to operationalize the One e-service platform, leaving Gauteng residents without promised digital access. Even BEE expenditure requirements were underachieved, with explanations that raise more questions than answers. That in transport operations, the integrated transport fare management policy was not approved, subsidized bus contracts remain locked in legal disputes, and the Vereeniging taxi rank project is still incomplete. The transport regulation revenue targets were missed because municipalities failed to surrender licensing revenues, and operating licenses were suspended without clear explanation. The Gauteng Management Agency achieved most indicators, but passenger numbers remained below target, and its reliance on prior year reserves to cover a 709 million over expenditure raises serious sustainability concerns. G-Fleet management underspent by 15%, yet incorrectly reported only 5%, a glaring misrepresentation that undermines credibility. The Transport Authority for Gauteng overspent by 31%, large due to HR costs and delays in finalizing the Integrated Transport Master Plan. These are not minor oversights. These represent systemic failures in planning, delivery, and accountability. Gauteng residents are left with unsafe roads, unfinished projects, and unreliable public transport. Action SA position is clear. We commend the audit outcome and the strong performance of certain entities, but we condemn the department's inability to deliver on half of its set targets, its misreporting, and its lack of urgency on road safety. We demand immediate action on the P122 sinkhole, the bridge rehabilitation, and stall roads upgrade. We call for transparent on Gauteng patronage guarantees and accountability for G-Fleet's misreporting. Honourable Speaker, Gauteng deserves transport system that works.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
No reports that spin. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you ever so much. Honourable van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Roads are quite literally an economic driver. We use them every day to move ourselves from work and to transport the goods that we sell on our major routes. We also use our roads to get to our families, our entertainment, and even just to maintain a healthy walk to keep our health up. When our roads are not in good condition, our economy starts to falter. The smallest pothole that grows into the largest sinkhole can have an impact on the daily lives of our residents and our economy. Having said that, the department can certainly boast some big wins this year. Several projects and upgrades reach completion this financial year. However, as the report acknowledges, there is a chronic issue with underperformance from contractors, delays and project terminations, an issue raised by all parties in the committee meetings and oversights. This has had a severe impact on service delivery, and sadly the report only recommends that a new list of contractors will be drafted, from which faster appointments can be made. But where is the consequent management for these failing contractors? There's no QA, quality assurance, oversights of contractors. It's not enough to simply dismiss this. Failing contractors are proof that the department's appointment system is failing, and unfortunately, that is also costing the taxpayer money, thereby another hit to our economy. Another big win, according to the report, is spending of over 600 million on road maintenance on 164,000 square meters of Gauteng's road. While this might seem impressive, the truth tells a different story, because this actually only accounts for roughly 24 kilometers of the road network. Surely the department cannot see this as an actual win, especially when potholes only continue to form and, even worse, reoccur on a continuous basis. This is possibly thanks to those pesky subpar contractors again. Suntime reported that this year the claims it received in respect of pothole damage is sitting at 25% higher than it did in its previous year. Now imagine, you own a courier company and the cost impact it would have on your insurance. Yet again, this is another unnecessary hit to our economy. Violence is another way to keep people off the roads, away from shopping points, further damaging the economy. Violence between the taxi industry and e-hailers reached another high this year. The report acknowledges this, but does not mention much more about it beyond stakeholder engagements. Public transport safety in a province that relies so heavily on public transport is a non-negotiable. There must be an end to no-go zones. People should be able to freely choose their mode of transport without any fear or favour. Malls and economic hubs must not be shut down because of the greed and short-sightedness of road transport officials. Finally, a final win the report speaks to regarding budget management is it achieved a fully spent budget and clean audits. We certainly applaud this. But however, the question whether that money actually translated into real change for our residents, I don't think so. And I think most of the residents across Gauteng would agree. Traffic signals continue to remain out of order for weeks and even months at a time. Roads are still largely dangerous as they remain riddled with potholes, broken pavements and collapsing curb inlets. Contractors continue to fail year after year after year on projects that are often left incomplete. While the other side of the House will certainly bask in self-congratulatory
Honourable members, order. Honourable members.
The DA sees this report achieving a barely passing grade instead of one that should be marked with excellence. Thank you.
Laras. What's in? Okay, honourable members, it's time for Honourable Chirota now to debate. Honourable Chirota.
Thank you, Speaker. The Gauteng Department of Transport has faced many challenges in the current financial year. Of particular concern remains the inability of the department to attract sufficient private sector investment and foreign direct investment into the Gauteng roads and transport sector. Administrative processes remain overregulated and are slow. Crumbling infrastructure, which is evident across the province, prevents the department from achieving its operational goals. Projects like the K60, which has spent 40 years in planning stage, is now only reaching some form of finality. This is the type of mega project that can and will be facilitated and accelerated by private sector and foreign direct investments. The Gauteng Department of Roads would do well to take notice of the successes achieved in countries like Egypt in an attempt to find a way to attract private sector and foreign investment. I thank you, Speaker.
Yep, and he stuck to the 1 minute. Thank you very much, Honourable Chirota. Honourable Schneemann.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me greet members of the House, as well as guests in the gallery as well. Efficient and effective transport infrastructure and networks in Gauteng are the economic backbone and lifeline for development, which enables the movement of people and goods. It provides support to industries. It assists in reducing traffic congestion, together with the Gautrain, and contributes towards the creation of jobs. During the 2024-25 financial year under review, the department and its entities played an important role in ensuring the sustainability of the economy in Gauteng, not what members of the House on that side are saying. The Department of Roads and Transport received a clean audit. The Gautrain Management Agency received a clean audit. Transport Authority Gauteng received a clean audit, and G-Fleet received an unqualified audit, which was a regression over the previous financial year. And this demonstrates the commitment of the MEC, the department and entities to ensuring that there are effective controls in place and that allocated finances are well managed. The department and entities are urged to achieve clean audits for the 25-26 financial year. And the ANC caucus here in the Legislature welcomes the improvement in audit opinions, but is obviously concerned about the regression of G-Fleet. And whilst clean audits must be celebrated and maintained going forward, there also needs to be a correlation with service delivery. And in the year under review, the department and entities have placed an important emphasis on service delivery. The Department of Roads and Transport achieved 84% of its targets, GMA 93%, G-Fleet 100%, and the TAG 95%. The department reduced its underspending to 36 million rand in this financial year, which is a big improvement to the amounts that were being underspent in the previous year. And I'm sure Member du Plessis, if he's still here in the House, you would have to agree on this and applaud this achievement. The appointment of JRA to repair and maintain traffic signals on provincial roads running through the city of Johannesburg has seen a significant improvement in the functioning of traffic signals. And obviously, we would call on the department to look at technologies that could be used to further improve their functionality. But to say that robots are just not being fixed is one of the most deceitful ways of trying to influence the public, I must say. The K46, running from Winnie Mandela Drive in Fourways through to the N14, was completed in the year under review and has totally changed the travelling experience of commuters and drivers alike. At the same time, the K69 in Tshwane was also completed, Member Masuleng. 40 key roads were upgraded in the Sedibeng region. At the end of the 24-25 financial year, the Selbourn DLTC remained uncompleted, the R82 remained uncompleted, work on the Vereniging taxi rank had started, and the K31 road remained uncompleted. However, today, where we stand right now, significant progress has been placed towards completing the Selbourn DLTC. A contractor for the R82 has been appointed and work is progressing well. I think it's Member Morakane who raised this. The Vereniging taxi rank is all but complete. The Portfolio Committee was there 2 weeks ago. And a new contractor has been appointed for the K31 road, which is progressing well. Of concern, obviously, is the time that it takes to plan and implement and complete projects. We would want to urge the department to look at the Egyptian model, to look at what we are able to witness there as a Portfolio Committee, and perhaps send some officials there to go and learn how they are actually doing it. They are decisive and implement their plans with urgency. The ANC welcomes the technological advances being used to provide more efficient and effective services to the residents of Gauteng through its smart licensing centres, and we hope that these will continue to be rolled out. I've raised these because it's important that we highlight the fact that service delivery has been taking place in the financial year under review. Obviously, we are concerned about the Pinehaven Weybridge facility, which is still not operational and is still being repaired and taking a bit of time. It needs to be repaired and put into operation as speedily as possible. The sinkholes that are developing on sections of our provincial road are a concern, and we really need to see a comprehensive strategy from the department and also the installation of adequate traffic management controls as and when these occur. I think I can honestly say that, sure, the department may have some areas that needs to be proven to improve on, but for the opposition to stand here and grandstand and almost act as if nothing is being done, I don't know where those members of the Portfolio Committee go. I don't know what glasses they use when we go on our oversight visits, but I suggest that they open their eyes and admit that significant work has taken place. Yes, more needs to be done, but we fully support the achievements of the department in the year under review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairman. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to colleagues in the House, as well as our guests and honourable members here present, both physically here and online. It's very sad, Madam Speaker, that members who are part of the Portfolio Committee and continue to oversight on Department of Roads and Transport, today they are choosing to tell people of Gauteng lies. And I think we need to find ways of ensuring that we also workshop some of these members on the mandate of the department and the responsibilities of the department, because some of the inputs here are really disappointing. However, Madam Speaker, as a province, we remain the heartbeat of South Africa's economy, a province of innovation, resilience, and unmatched potential. However, our economy does not move on ideas alone. It moves on our roads, our rail, our logistic corridors, and our public transport system. The MTBPS calls on us to be disciplined, strategic, and bold. It challenges us to prioritize what matters most: economic recovery, job creation, and a transport system that is safe, reliable, integrated, and future-proof. Honourable members, transport is not an abstract concept. It is the backbone of productivity. Every student reaching school on time, every worker arriving safely at their workplace, every business moving goods, and every community connecting to opportunity. all depend on the decisions we take here. The fiscal environment is constrained, but even within these limits, Gauteng must continue to invest in infrastructure that unlocks growth. The policy statement directs us to prioritize strategic infrastructure, improve efficiencies, drive aggressive job creation, cut waste and tighten oversight. For the Department of Roads and Transport here in Gauteng, this translates into renewing and modernizing strategic roads, expanding public transport capacity, revitalizing rail as an economic backbone, supporting freight and logistics reforms, ensuring value for money in every rand spent. Gauteng carries over 40% of the country's vehicles. Our roads are aging, overloaded, and under immense pressure from freight. Our work in this financial period includes strategic aerial road upgrades that key projects included. I think the projects mentioned here are some of the projects we are still busy with, and I want to confirm to people of Gauteng that all those unfinished projects will be finished, and they are still within time. We are also adding to that R55, K36, K148, the Pretoria-Johannesburg corridor, upgrading of township access roads under our transformation agenda. These are not mere construction projects. They are economic corridors that stimulate growth, investment and mobility. And this is what was committed in the 5th political administration, where government in Gauteng committed to assist on the 40 roads in the Sedibeng area. We are also scaling up rapid pothole and road defects response teams, digital road condition assessments. We are working closely with the CSIR on that. Also looking into public-private partnership for long-term cost savings, labor-intensive projects that empower local contractors as well as communities. Honourable members, every job created is not a statistic, it is a household stabilized. Public transport is where inequality is most visible. Those who rely on it often pay the most in time fatigue and safety challenges. To shift this reality, we are implementing stronger municipal collaboration. This includes integrated public transport networks, coordinated feeder services, modern intermodal hubs, electronic fare systems, safer and regulated operations. Secondly, important to us, and I think honourable members made reflection on the taxi industry support and modernization. In recent weeks, we unlocked the first batch of the operating license backlog. This is not only compliance, it is an economic enabler. To this end, we call on the industry itself to move from conflict to collaboration, from unregulated operations to structured partnerships, from dissatisfaction to safety, dignity, and pride. Our vision is a modern, economical, strong taxi industry, fully integrated into Gauteng's long-term mobility plans. A functional rail system is not a luxury, it is essential to economic recovery. Working with the National Department of Transport and our IGR partners, we are accelerating PRASA corridor recoveries, freight rail branch line rehabilitation, expansion of the Gautrain network and feeder services, integration of rail with township mobility networks, and rail will help us reduce congestion on our road, lower transport costs, and support industrialization in our province. This is central to an inclusive and competitive provincial economy. A clean budget is not a gesture, it is our duty. We are implementing transparent procurement tracking, independent project audits, real-time expenditure dashboards, strict consequence management, enforcement against construction mafias and tender manipulation. We want the public to see every rent and to understand what that delivers. And I think all honourable members made a reflection on this in their debate. Our work touches millions daily. Therefore, reforms must be felt, not just announced. This term, we are implementing faster, smarter licensing systems, improved registration and testing centres. I think, honourable members, that are always present in oversight. They have seen some of the work done. Honourable Speaker, for every 1 billion rand invested in transport, up to 8,000 jobs are supported. Local suppliers are empowered, township business grow, freight efficiencies improve, commuter travel times drop, and productivity. So transport must remain central to Gauteng's growth strategy, not by choice but by necessity. I call on all honourable members to protect infrastructure budget, resist short-term populism at the cost of long-term mobility. Honourable Nicole van Dijk, support transparent, responsible expenditure, ensure infrastructure is prioritized, not politicized. Transport is not an ANC issue, nor an opposition issue. It is a Gauteng issue. It affects every family, every worker, every business, and every student. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, as we debate this report, let us remember a connected province is a thriving province. A mobile province is a growing province. When we invest in mobility, we invest in the people of Gauteng. We are building a transport system that is modern, inclusive, safe, and economically Catholic. Let us move Gauteng forward with discipline, with purpose, and unwavering commitment. I thank you.
Okay, thank you ever so much, MEC. Secretary, can we get the next order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Transport and Logistic Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including its entity, for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Thank you. Honourable Chinema.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the financial year under review, the committee noted that the department continued to manage 4 programs, namely administration, transport infrastructure, transport operations, and transport regulation. Furthermore, the department had 3 entities under its wing, namely the Gautrain Management Agency, responsible for the operations of the Gautrain system, G-Fleet Management, responsible for provision of fleet services to government departments and entities, and the Transport Authority Gauteng, responsible for transport planning in the province. I'd like to, at this stage, request that those sections of the report that I don't read be taken as read. And secondly, Madam Speaker, we've picked up a mistake in the report, which I would like to correct here, and ask that when the report be adopted, that this be adopted with the correction of this mistake. The department achieved 84% of its targets, and it's incorrectly stated here in this report as 68%. So I'm not sure how we would deal with that, but I thought I should raise that while I'm dealing with the report. Thank you very much. The GMA achieved 93% of its targets. The Transport Authority Gauteng achieved 95% of its targets, and the G-Fleet, government fleet, achieved 100% of its targets. The committee is of the view that the department is on the right track, particularly on the financial performance and for receiving unqualified audit opinions with no findings, and it is important that the department maintains this level of consistency going forward. The committee is of the view that on service delivery, the department should focus on addressing challenges experienced under the Transport Infrastructure Programme, particularly on the non-completion of delayed construction and maintenance of provincial roads, underachievement of the average number of rail and bus passengers by GMA, as well as the findings raised by the Auditor General on the reliability of information of the VIP pool at G-Fleet Management, which had a negative impact on the audit opinion of the entities. I'd therefore like to move straight through to the committee's concerns and recommendations. I just need to get there. If I can just have a second. Okay. In terms of the committee's findings and concerns, they are as follows. 1, the findings raised by the Auditor General on the performance of G-Fleet. 2, the continuous underachievement of the operationalization of a one e-service and the percentage spent on BBBEE targets as the situation continues to prevail in the 25-26 financial year. 3, the impact of the ongoing legal matters on the bus contracts between the bus operators and the department, as well as the impact of these processes on the current state of service delivery, particularly in the Hammanskraal area. Sorry, this has now left me. And 4, the continuous underachievement on revenue collection due to non-surrender of revenue by municipalities and the impact it has on service delivery within the institutions. And then 5, the continuous underachievement of rail and bus targets, noting the negative impact on the patronage guarantee costs paid by the province annually. In terms of the committee's recommendations, for which it requests a response by the 30th of January 2026, they are as follows. 1, on the implementation plan and progress thereof to address findings as raised by the Auditor General on the audit opinion on the performance of G-Fleet management. 2, the adopted implementation plan and progress thereof for the operationalisation of the 1E service, and as well as the achievement of the percentage spent on BBBEE targets. 3, on the judicial judgment and the impact thereof on subsidised bus contracts, as well as the proposed plan in curbing challenges within the allocation of 30% value to the previously disadvantaged individuals / companies. 4, sorry about that, on the engagement with SALGA on the submissions and considerations thereof of the financial template that has been developed to source the cost of doing business from municipalities. 5, on the proposed intervention measures to ensure that the set targets on rail and bus operations are achieved as set and have an impact on the reduction of the patronage guarantee cost. At this stage, I'd like to express appreciation to members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as to the MEC, the HOD, senior management of the department, for their participation in this process. I would also like to express appreciation to the committee support team, who do sterling work behind the scenes, often unnoticed, and always ensure that meetings take place, and in particular that this process took place seamlessly, as well as the preparation of the report. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency, G-Fleet Management Annual Performance Report for the 24-25 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management Annual Performance Report for the 24-25 financial year, taking into account the area that I've raised that is currently reflected in the report. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Chairman. And to address your concern, Rule 116 speaks to that. And it's 116 subsection 4. It says, notwithstanding to the provisions of sub-rule 2 and 3. Maybe let me start by reading 2 first. When a member reads a motion or a committee report, the version that appears on the announcement, tabling and committee reports shall be deemed to be the correct version. And 3 says, in the event that a motion or an amendment is not published in the ATC, the written version submitted to the table will be deemed as the correct version, provided that it is identical to the version read out by the Secretary or the Speaker when the question was put. Now, here's where the response to your concern. Notwithstanding the provisions of sub-rules 2 and 3, in the event that there are substantive differences between the spoken version and the written version, the spoken version will take precedence. You happy? Good. Thank you very much, honourable members. Secretary, can we get the next order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of E-Government for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. Sorry, before you proceed to the next debate, The report that I've just presented wasn't adopted and wasn't
Yes.
seconded. Thank you.
Any seconders? Member, please.
I'll second, thank you.
Seconded. I guess the yes have it. The noes. The report is adopted. Thank you very much. Sanbonan, Dumelang. Good afternoon. Dumelang Kodimufo. Okay, thank you. Member Shilias, it's your turn now to debate the report.
Thank you, Chief Chairs. The annual report allows us to examine the health of the province's digital backbone. What emerges from the 2024-25 cycle, reinforced by the early signals from this year, is a consistent pattern of systemic fragility across the department's core functions. Infrastructure rollout, procurement transformation, human resource capacity, and digital platform governance. When we map performance across the last 3 cycles and Q1 of this year, the trend line becomes unmistakable. Programme 1 repeatedly fails on targeted procurement, disability inclusion, and youth absorption. Programme 2 continues to underdeliver on WAN, LAN, and Wi-Fi rollout, despite multiple remediation commitments. Those are not isolated variances. They are persistent deviations indicating structural weaknesses in project governance, specification discipline, and interdepartmental coordination. Programme 2's failures point to deeper infrastructural brittleness, delayed way-leaves, vandalism, testing failures, and SITA dependency. If Gauteng cannot reliably deliver last-mile connectivity to schools and clinics, it's impossible to scale digital services or build a data-driven state. Innovation cannot exist without a stable pipeline. But, Madam Speaker, Chair of Chairs, the most critical governance risk now facing the department and the MEC is the Microsoft Azure and licensing debt, which has accumulated to 631 million across 4 financial years. The documentation makes it clear. This problem originates in the pandemic years, where an official neglected to manage and pay the Azure accounts. Microsoft's late billing and consolidated invoices compounded the error. But ultimately, the lack of an internal cloud cost governance framework allowed the exposure to compound silently. Migrating to cloud infrastructure requires 3 capabilities: real-time consumption monitoring, department-level cost attribution, and forecasting models aligned to financial cycles. None of these existed. Departments could not pay because invoices were not split. eGov could not enforce accountability because cost centres were not mapped. And the MEC could not intervene because the extent of the exposure only became visible after years of unmanaged accrual. This is not a procurement issue, it's a systems governance failure. The new HOD has inherited a highly constrained environment. This is precisely why the department must now shift from aspirational innovation language to capability sequencing. The first priority is to stabilize the GPN architecture and infrastructure. The second is to build a sovereign data layer. Large, clean public data sets with metadata standards and security baselines. The third is to initiate recruitment of data scientists, data engineers, and cloud cost analysts to operationalize real governance of provincial assets. Only once the department owns the pre-deployment pipeline, from data integration to feature engineering and model evaluation, can entities like the Innovation Hub responsibly manage deployment, youth training, and field-level operationalization. Chairperson, digital transformation is not achieved through buzzwords. It's achieved through infrastructure reliability, transparent financial governance, explainable AI foundations, and a disciplined reduction in vendor lock-in. If the department focuses on these fundamentals, it can still reclaim the leadership role it should play in Gauteng's web-native future. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Silas. Member Koma.
Greetings, Deputy Chair of Chairs, honourable members of the House, and more importantly, the people of Gauteng Province. The Department of eGov was formed roughly 10 years ago with a mandate to ensure a digitization of government for the modernization of public services and service delivery. This department, however, has moved slowly and unimpressive. To date, Gauteng Province cannot truly say that it is province that has any form of ICT-enabled service delivery. Externally, the department continues to run on a mandate that shields its performance inadequacy through the Office of the Premier. The Department of eGov continues to heavily underperform in as far as preset targets are concerned. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department's flagships program, which has been the rolling out of e-panic buttons, has not met its target of 40,000 users in the current financial year. In 3 programs of the department, starting 17 key performance indicators were not met, and despite making small progress in as far as the installation of wide area networks across townships, the coverage remains extremely low. As the economic freedom fighters, we view e-government as a potential catalytic area of governance and service delivery. It is such platforms that can truly transform the province's ICT sector, turning Gauteng into a world-class model of governance centered around advancement in technology and digitization. In a country still very marked by low participation in global and regional ICT sector, it would have been prudent that for departments like eGov to focus on training and upskilling of not just general information technology skills, but as an investment in a rare and high-level ICT expertise by exposing the youth of Gauteng in skills that are currently in high demand and of which South Africa has a critical lack of. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as the economic freedom fighters, we make the very important observation that is the failure of eGov that have rendered the Department of Health without any existing integrated health information system, an ICT necessity that continues to incapacitate healthcare facilities from proper patient file capturing, processing, and patient information achieving. The creation of a skilling program that is targeted on rare skills within the market could very greatly contribute to the employability of young people in Gauteng in high-value jobs within the ICT sector, and quite possibly establish a stronger and more efficient e-governance model approach. The idea of limiting ICT infrastructure development to wide area networks, core network nodes, local area networks, and Wi-Fi hotspots is a testament of lack of vision for the potential of the Department of e-government as an institution. As the economic freedom fighters, we believe that this department needs not only a serious relooking on its ability to deliver on already preset targets and objectives, but must robustly reposition to play into a larger need for ICT transformation and participation through intensive skills beneficiation program and infrastructure ventures. I thank you.
Thank you. Member Miso.
Honourable Deputy Chairs, we stand today in a rapidly transforming world, a world where global technology leaders consistently warn that nations that fail to digitalize will be left behind by the world that refuses to wait. The international community is advancing at a pace defined by data, artificial and intelligence, and robust digital infrastructure. Yet, despite this global momentum, Gauteng Department of e-Government is failing to move our province forward. Instead, it's dragging us backward. This department was entrusted with a critical responsibility of modernizing public services, improving efficiency, and ensuring that government systems meet global standards. However, the evidence before us reveals a troubling pattern of systematic decline. Our health system is battling under digital dysfunction. The Department of Health confirms persistent failure in WAN maintenance, inadequate bandwidth, reliance on donor sites, and chronic fibers downtime. The department has completely failed to implement medical-grade networks, creating serious complaints, risk, and contributing to estimate 800 million backlog fund needed merely to stabilize system that should have functioned from inception. The Gauteng Provincial Network, which is intended to serve as the backbone of our digital future, it is similarly compromised. It suffers from delayed site surveys, incomplete implementation, weak Wi-Fi coverages, and absence of redundancy across critical government facilities. A digital backbone built in failure cannot carry province into the future. Deputy Chair, even in the era of digital skill development, essential foundation for competitiveness in the fourth industrial revolution, the department conceded defeat. It cites insufficient budget, limited capacity, and inability to provide stipends. This means thousands of young people remain marginalized while the world accelerates into a new technological era. Deputy Chair, Gauteng cannot credibly call itself a modern province when its own e-government department cannot guarantee basic uptime, cannot secure critical data, and cannot reliably connect schools, clinics, and communities. Yet, year after year, in every state of the province address, we are told about Gauteng of the future. Let's confront the reality with honesty. Technology is not future, it is the present, and those who fail to adapt are already left behind. As Umkhonto we will not allow this department to continue betraying the digital aspiration.
Thank you. Member Waters.
Asinavalo,
Siabong. Oh, okay. Member Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. While the department has made progress in certain areas, the report highlights persistent issues that I will raise. Digital transformation remains slow and fragmented. Core systems are not integrated, leaving citizens still queuing for services that should be accessible online. Procurement practices still remain weak. Contracts continue to be awarded without sufficient transparency, raising concerns about inflated costs and irregular expenditure. Service delivery targets are missed. Broadband rollout, e-health platforms, and e-education systems are behind schedule, undermining Gauteng's digital future. Excuse me. Skill shortages persist. Critical ICT posts remain vacant while outsourcing costs escalate, weakening internal capacity. Cybersecurity vulnerabilities stay unresolved. The department has yet to present a credible plan to protect sensitive citizen data. Honourable members, Action SA's position is clear. We do not reject this report, but we cannot ignore its failures either. Oversight must ensure that the department moves forward and beyond reporting expenditure to actually delivering real outcomes for Gauteng's residents. We therefore call for a credible digital transformation plan with measurable timelines and outcomes, transparency in procurement to eliminate irregular expenditure and to restore public trust. Investment in ICT skills development to reduce reliance on outsourcing, and other members have spoken in that regard, very aptly so from the EFF. And of course, urgent action on cybersecurity to safeguard citizens' data. Acceleration in e-service delivery, ensuring that residents experience the benefits of digital government in health, education, community services, etc. Honourable Presiding Officer, my view of the annual report should not be construed as the rejection of progress, but as a reminder of the urgent work that still needs to be done. Gauteng's residents deserve a government that delivers efficient, secure and accessible digital services. Action SA will continue to hold this department accountable until this vision is realised. I thank you.
Thank you. Member Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the department's annual report raises more red flags than resolutions. It reveals a department stumbling along, failing to meet its core mandate, while bending over backwards to accommodate Premier Lesufi's vanity projects. Let's start with the so-called smart safety interventions of CCTV cameras, e-panic buttons and drones. In a recent committee meeting, the department admitted that while it only received 10 million rand for e-panic buttons, it has already spent over 117 million on them. To make matters worse, when the budget cuts came along, they doubled down on the non-core projects and invested more money into them. And instead of defending its actual core mandate of expanding the Gauteng broadband network, the department continued with its irregular purchasing of equipment that rightfully falls under the Department of Community Safety. In addition to the 117 million spent by e-governance on equipment for the Department of Community Safety, they spent a further 53 million on CCTV cameras and 900,000 rand on 5 drones for the department. These are Premier Lesufi's priorities: tech optics over real service delivery. And what was cut instead? Internet connectivity for schools, the very tool that would actually help Gauteng learners compete globally, were deprioritized, defunded, and sacrificed for PR and ego. I have written to the Auditor General requesting an investigation into these irregular purchases, and I am pleased to report her office has confirmed that they are investigating this matter. Then there's the Microsoft disaster. For 3 years, this department failed to pay for its Microsoft license, blaming untimely billing and late invoices. I certainly don't buy that. When your debt hits 631 million, one has to ask, where are the red flags? Where was the CFO? Where was the HOD? And where was the MEC? We are now told the debt has been reduced to 344 million, but the real cost is not just financial. Vital funds have been diverted away from service delivery to clean up this mess. And still, no one has been held accountable, no consequences, no leadership, and no explanation. Chair, this is not just a budgeting issue, it is a governance failure. The DA believes in a clean, accountable, transparent government. That means saying no to unfunded mandates, cleaning up runaway software bills, and ensuring that every cent of public money is accounted for. We stand for real digital transformation, not media gimmicks, and we reject a government that hides behind glossy slides while the digital foundations of this province crumbles. I thank you, Chair.
Member Hlophe.
Thank you, Chair. I stand before you today to reflect on the annual performance of the Department of eGov. For the financial year 2025-2026, as our ANC-led GPU continues its work, we must acknowledge the progress made in driving social and economic change in Gauteng. Yet we cannot shy away from the candid assessment. While there are glimmers of hope, the department's performance reveals critical gaps that demand urgent action. Technology is not a tool, it is a foundation of our future, enabling equitable access to services, economic growth, and a more connected society. The eGov department holds the key to unlocking this potential, but it must rise to the challenge with renewed vigor. Honourable Chair, since the 2014 launch of the GBN, the department has notched up important wins, building ICT infrastructure, rolling out e-services like e-recruitment, online school applications, and SAP employee self-service, and introducing VoIP to cut telephone costs between departments. The common platform stands as a promising step, allowing citizens one-click access to government services, while applications tested at the Design and Validation Centre help reduce disruptions. These efforts show commitment to using technology for human emancipation, poverty reduction, and uplifting the working class and the poor in remote areas. However, we must be forthright. The department is failing short of its core mandate. The provision of essential infrastructure for WAN, LAN, VoIP, and Wi-Fi. Reports indicate persistent delays and underperformance in these areas, hampered by dependencies on external partners like CETA and low uptake from client departments. Without reliable WAN and LAN connectivity, government operations grind to a halt, service delivery suffers, and our vision of a digitally empowered Gauteng remains elusive. VoIP immigration has lagged due to insufficient demand generation, leaving potential cost savings unrealized. Wi-Fi hotspots, vital for public access points, are not expanding fast enough to bridge the digital divide in underserviced communities. These shortcomings undermine economic programs, job creation, and the inclusive growth. Greater efforts are imperative. The department must streamline partnerships, boost awareness campaign to drive adoption, invest in skills training for faster rollouts, and set stricter timelines with accountability measures. Only then can we harness technology's transformative power to secure a prosperous future for Gauteng residents. The Auditor General's report affirms compliance with financial standards under the PFMA, highlighting transparency in statements, a positive note. Yet this fiscal discipline must expand to operational excellence. Through e-services, advocacy, and customer surveys, the department is fostering ICT innovation via public-private partnerships and incubation programs. These initiatives stimulate the ICT economy and align with our mandate of socioeconomic upliftment. The 7th administration has a duty to build on this, ensuring sustainable ICT reaches every corner of the region. Echoing the Freedom Charter's call for work and security, we insist on real progress in job creation within each government, especially for youth facing barriers of employment. Technology offers pathways to skills and opportunities, but we need ethical leadership and rigorous oversight to address underperformance. Our ANC-led government remains committed to integrity and accountability in the ICT transformation, honoring the people's trust. As I conclude, Chair, despite the hurdles, I am hopeful. With focused reforms, the e-government department can lead Gauteng into a tech-driven era of prosperity. I commend its ongoing work while urging strengthened action on core infrastructure and its mandate. Together, we can elevate our communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Sope. MEC Dlamini.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of the Executive Council, honourable members of the House, and the members who have contributed in this debate. It is a privilege to give a reflection of the 2024-2025 annual report of the Gauteng Department of E-Government Research and Development. This report reflects our ongoing commitment to building a smart Gauteng city region, one that delivers efficient, high-quality services to all its citizens. The Department of E-Government plays a pivotal role in modernizing government services and fostering a citizen-centric innovation ecosystem. Our goal is to stimulate sustainable economic growth through transformative fourth industrial revolution technologies. This year's report highlights our achievements in fulfilling our legislative mandate and our focus on improving the quality of life for citizens, especially in townships, informal settlements, and hostels. Despite a challenging service delivery environment marked by poor economic growth and cost containment measures, we have remained steadfast in executing our mandate as outlined in the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 program of action. Our priorities have been clear: economy, jobs and infrastructure, education, skills revolution, health, and building a capable, ethical and developmental state. I am proud to report our overall expenditure reached 96% for the year 2024-2025 financial year, demonstrating a prudent financial management and our dedication to channeling resources where they are needed most. A significant highlight is our achievement of an unqualified audit outcome, a clean audit for the 2024-2025 financial year. The Auditor General found our financial statement to be fair and in accordance with the modified cash standard and the Public Finance Management Act. Furthermore, there are no material findings on the usefulness and reliability of our reported performance in information for key programs, particularly information communication technology shared services. We have made substantial progress in areas in the following areas. 58% of our procurement budget for RFQs below 1 million was directed to the township economy. 43% of procurement was spent on companies owned by women and 1% on companies owned by people with disabilities. We provided WAN connectivity to 59 sites, LAN connectivity to 42 sites, connected 84 Wi-Fi hotspots, primarily in libraries and community centers. Our electronic content management system has been enhanced with all 14 departments onboarded and records securely backed up in Azure Cloud.
We supported over 12,000 individuals through ICT skills development programs and empowered 215 previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs. As of the end of the period under review, we had 891 of ours on our structure, with 760 filled and 131 vacant. We continue to prioritize gender and youth representation, with 45% of our SMS and 47% of MMS position held by females and 16% of our workforce comprising young people. We have maintained a sound governance, ensuring a compliance with all supply chain management policies and regulations. Notably, the department has not incurred any irregular, unauthorized, or wasteful expenditure during the period under review. While we achieved 54% of our key performance indicators, we acknowledge areas where targets were not met, particularly in your supplier payments, procurement for township economy, and the employment equity. We are addressing these challenges through enhanced compliance, prioritization, and internal controls. Delays in infrastructure projects such as WAN and LAN connectivity were primarily due to equipment lead times and external dependencies, which we are actively working to resolve. A committee has been established which tracks delivery against set targets on a weekly and daily basis. Our financial management remains robust. The total expenditure for the year was 1.7 billion against the final appropriation of 1.8 billion rand, resulting in an under expenditure of 70 million. We have not applied for rollovers, nor have we incurred any new irregular or wasteful expenditure. Our focus remains on aligning strategic and annual performance plans to our mandate and ensuring compliance with all financial regulators. I wish to thank all our partners, stakeholders, and staff for their dedication and hard work. Together, we are building a smarter, more inclusive, and innovative Gauteng government. Let us continue to strive for excellence in service delivery and to embrace the opportunities of the digital age for the benefit of our citizens. I'd also like to thank members who really contributed and criticized us positively so and came out with positive remedies on our challenges. We acknowledge some of the challenges that we have as a department, but we are working to make sure that we really make Gauteng a smarter province. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Will the Secretary please read the 11th order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Consideration of the E-Government and Research Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of E-Government for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Hlophe, please present the report, the committee report.
Thank you, Chair. I present the report for the 2024-2025 financial year annual report. Apologies. This portfolio, sorry, I'm just getting a call and I'm using my phone. Apologies, Chair. This portfolio committee's oversight report offers a comprehensive overview of Gauteng Department of E-Gov's financial and non-financial performance for the 2024-2025 financial year. It delineates the department's efforts to fulfill its mandate, achieve predetermined targets, and effectively utilize allocated resources during the period under review. At its essence, the department's core mandate is to modernize public service delivery through the implementation of e-government strategy of the Gauteng City region. This strategy seeks to integrate back-end systems and processes, thereby enhancing front-line service efficiency for provincial government entities and community centers. Central to this endeavor is the rollout and ongoing maintenance of GBN project, which serves as the backbone for digital connectivity and innovation across the province. To execute the mandate and objectives, the department received an appropriation of just over 1.8 billion, distributed across 3 key programs: administration, ICT shared services, and human resources. The actual expenditure totaled just over 1.7 billion, representing 96% of the budget. The majority of spending occurred under Program 2, ICT services, primarily for delivering ICT solutions. Despite this substantial utilization, the department underperformed on several targets across all programs. The under-expenditure is largely attributed to persistent funded vacancies, which hampered operational capacity. Notable milestones were achieved in modernizing provincial ICT infrastructure and connectivity, though progress has been incremental. These include the deployment of ICT infrastructure to designated sites encompassing Wi-Fi access, LAN setups, VoIP systems, and WAN expansions. While the VoIP initiative designed to curtail interdepartmental telephone costs fell short of full implementation, the rollout of Wi-Fi hotspots has empowered citizens with greater access to government services. A pivotal target involving upgrading of GBN's core nodes to bolster network resistance. Regrettably, this was not realized due to budgetary constraints. By formulating ICT standards, the lifecycle roadmaps, the department oversight and governance across the province, crafting policies that prioritize the needs of citizens and government alike. A cornerstone strategic objective is stimulating the ICT economy through incubation and innovation programs, forged in partnership with external collaborators. These initiatives target youth ICT entrepreneurs, nurturing a vibrant ecosystem for technological advancement and economic inclusion. Under the HR program dedicated to optimizing, digitizing, and promoting HR-related processes, the department successfully introduced the Employment Self-Service module. This tool has streamlined HR operations for departments and entities, expediting task completion and reducing processing times. Completing this, advisory workshops and training sessions for GPL staff on the online platform have enhanced efficiencies, underscoring the department's dedication to evolving transversal HR processes province-wide. The administration program features output indicators focused on procurement spending for designated GOD groups, achieved through contract awards and timely payments. For the year in question, the department failed to meet the GOD targets, despite prior House resolutions intended to bolster performance. On a positive note, the completion and approval of the risk register exemplifies a commitment to fostering good governance. This is further evidenced by the audit outcomes. The AG conferred a clean audit, identifying no material deficiencies in internal controls. Notwithstanding these, accomplishments, enduring challenges persist, including funded vacancies across programs, underspending linked to delayed project execution, and protracted SCM processes, particularly in Program 2. These issues are mirrored in reported project delays. In response to this, in-year monitoring and House resolutions, remedial plans have been instituted to mitigate these obstacles and elevate overall performance. The Portfolio Committee observes that while the department secured a clean audit and expended 96% of its budget, its overall performance is deemed unsatisfactory and nearly at 50% of annual target unmet. This reveals a disconnect between robust financial management and actual realization of planned outputs. The committee's perspective is that such shortfalls amid high budget absorption erode commitments to service delivery and necessitate enhanced monitoring, accountability, and execution frameworks. This assessment is reinforced by the AG's observation that the sluggish rollout of the GBN has adversely affected GPG departments and entities. Unreliable connectivity, impaired internal functions, and citizens-facing services, as starkly illustrated in the Department of Health, where it impeded ICT strategic goals. The Portfolio Committee intends to convene with client departments to devise collaborative solutions, thereby optimizing e-services and reducing operational disruptions. On concerns and recommendations, throughout in-year monitoring, the Portfolio Committee articulated several concerns regarding the department's performance, where substantive issues emerged. Targeted remedial action were proposed for adoption. The committee remains steadfast in its oversight role, committed to tracking progress and ensuring sustainable improvements in the department's operations. On acknowledgements, I'd like to acknowledge the department as led by the MEC together with his HOD, and to further thank our Portfolio Committee for their dedication and diligence, to Member Mehwe, Member Gentile, Member Waters, Member Cilliers, Member Meso, Member Smatla, Member Sun, and to further thank our support staff who work tirelessly to make sure that our committee achieves on its mandate. Chair, in terms of Rule 1172.c, read together with Rule 164 and the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the E-Government and Research Department Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report and recommends its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hlophe. All those in favor say yes.
Seconder.
Oh, sorry, seconder. Is there a seconder? Member Gentile.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. I stand to second the oversight report as presented. Thanks.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 12th order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Dos Santos, your turn.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. This annual report paints a painful reality that despite repeated promises, the Gauteng Department of Education continues to fall short of delivering safe, dignified learning environments our children deserve. The department's attempt to paint a picture of progress, however, the findings of the Auditor General tell a very different story. The Gauteng Department of Education obtained an unqualified audit opinion with findings on compliance and predetermined objectives. We see ongoing irregular expenditure, weak financial controls, and consistent poor planning. These are not minor issues, but they reflect a department that lacks discipline, urgency, accountability, and strong leadership. This regression is attributed to material misstatements in performance information and serious compliance failures relating to procurement, contract management, and the prevention of irregular expenditure. These findings align precisely with what the Democratic Alliance have consistently flagged, from unsafe and overcrowded schools to incomplete infrastructure projects that never get completed. Learners continue to sit in mobile classrooms, crumbling buildings, and makeshift structures, while delays in building much-needed new schools seem to never see the light of day. This is not progress, this is negligence. Most alarming is the scale of irregular expenditure. The department incurred just under 1,460 million rand in irregular expenditure during the 2024-2025 financial year. This is almost double the previous year's 730 million rand. This includes non-compliance with the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act and Treasury regulations in the procurement of school nutrition, non-compliance with CIDP requirements, security services that did not follow competitive bidding. Even more troubling, an additional 1.5 billion rand relating to learner-teacher support material has been placed under assessment and may yet be confirmed as irregular expenditure. Deputy Chair of Chairs, overcrowding continues to plague many of our classrooms. We have seen classes of up to 90 learners and many more as much as 60 per class. How do we expect improved outcomes where meaningful teaching becomes virtually impossible? Educators are burnt out, learners are left behind, and the department responds with short-term fixes instead of long-term planning. School safety remains a huge concern. Incidences of violence, bullying, and criminal behaviour on school premises continue unabated. Despite numerous commitments from Premier Lesufi and MEC Chilwane, there is still no clear, measurable, and effective safety strategy being implemented across Gauteng schools. Our children are learning in fear. Parents are concerned for their child's safety from scholar transport to in the classroom. The National School Nutrition Programme, which should be a lifeline for vulnerable learners, continues to be plagued by allegations of corruption and inconsistent delivery. For many learners, this meal is their only source of nourishment. Learners with special needs remain forgotten. Alson schools continue to be underfunded, unevenly resourced and poorly supported, forcing many parents to carry financial and emotional burdens. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this annual report does not inspire confidence. It reaffirms a pattern of poor planning, weak execution and political spin that ignores the real struggles faced by learners, educators and parents. A DA-led government would do things differently. We would focus on proper short, medium and long-term planning, stricter oversight on all maintenance projects and new infrastructure delivery, real consequence management, and preventative safety measures, ensuring our children and educators are safe. Until the department starts delivering real change on the ground, the findings in this annual report will become a regular occurrence in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ngobeni, EFF.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As we approach this debate, we must remain mindful that schools are closing for the year, and many will once again withhold learner report cards over unpaid school fees. While we acknowledge that parents who can afford to pay should continue to do so, this practice continues to punish the poor. Every year, those who are already struggling are forced to scramble for textbook money and contributions they simply do not have. We urge the department to commit that no learner will be denied a report because of fees. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the conclusion of the 2024-2025 financial year marks the partial completion of the department's 2020-25 strategic plan. This plan promised to transform Gauteng's education landscape by addressing infrastructure backlogs, improving human resources, strengthening school safety, and delivering a curriculum capable of meeting the demand of a changing society. The central question before this House today is simple. How much of this work has truly been achieved? The Premier's stated priorities, rolling out ICT in township schools, modernizing deteriorating infrastructure, and improving school safety, remain largely unmet. Yes, we acknowledge the positive strides in expanding schools of specialization. However, the department's underspending in critical areas such as staff compensation for public ordinary and special schools, the decision to impose a moratorium on 496 posts for the 2025 and 2026 financial year, including essential positions in schools for learners with special needs, is an indictment of this leadership. The ICT situation is equally disheartening. Gauteng has more than 2,000 schools, yet in 2024 and to 2025 financial year, only 218 had functional internet access. At present, fewer than 500 schools are effectively connected. The department has also deleted its targets for smart classroom conversations entirely. The department cites cash flow challenges to justify delays in programs such as self-building initiative intended to reduce overcrowding. Yet maintenance projects have also stalled because of underperforming contractors, an issue the EFF repeatedly warned about. The result is plain to see: half-finished buildings, hazardous structures, and neglected facilities. Even the early childhood development maintenance grant, supposedly a provincial priority, was underspent. Deputy Chair of Chairs, during the budget debate for the 2025 to 2026 financial year, the EFF acknowledged the department's responsiveness to issues raised by the opposition regarding mobile classrooms, safety concerns, and agent infrastructure needs. However, this annual report exposes a different reality. It reveals disturbing irregularities in spending on mobile classroom security contracts and school nutrition programs. The Auditor General's finding confirmed department collapsing under its own failures, with irregular expenditure doubling from 737 million to 1.4 billion in the 2024 to 2025 financial year. Mobile classrooms alone accounted for 594 million in irregular expenditure, procured without a proper CIDB compliance. Each mobile unit cost nearly 660,000, far more than the cost of an RDP house, which ranges between 124, while independent quotations shows us that the mobile classrooms can cost as little as 159,000. Security contracts added 106 million in irregular spending, while 739 million in the school nutrition program was tied to flawed procurement processes, reflecting a complete disregard for compliance.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Progress in areas such as improved metric performance. Yes,
Member
in conclusion,
Mukwanas.
we cannot allow Gauteng education system to be captured by tender cartels while
Member
learners endure
Ngobeni.
overcrowded classrooms and unsafe environments that fail to prepare may sometimes coincide with service delivery. We cannot risk
Member
another
Ngobeni.
Tembisa hospital tragedy. The department must clean up its act Our schools cannot be sacrificed for corruption.
Member Ngobeni. Member Mkwanat.
Honourable Deputy of Chairs and members, the Umkhonto Sizwe Party resides today to detail the catastrophic and a very particular failure of the Gauteng Department of Education. We are not here to debate abstract policies, but to speak of the daily reality that are sabotaging our children as future. With a budget of over 68 billion, this government does not have excuses because the failure is not a lack of funds, but a profound lack of competence and care for future of our children. Honourable members, let me talk about the practical examples. First, on basic services and infrastructure, the department claimed to be addressing backlog, but what does it mean for learners? It means the tragic death of learners in the pit of toilet in Brixton. It means the National School Nutrition Program failure at a school like Vulindlela Secondary in Soweto, where children are served spoiled food from the corruption contract. It means security companies withdraw from the Riverlea Park Primary due to non-payment, leaving our children unprotected. It means the spending of the rebushing of Bedford High School roof and ceiling that was bare minimally and that continue to link putting the lives of children at risk. Secondly, this failure is made worse by the severe and unplanned pressure of the accepting undocumented learners. We fully support the principle of education for all. However, the department implementation without proportional resources allocation has pushed our school to the breaking point. For instance, a school in Tembisa that was built for 800 learners now struggling to accommodate 1,400. This is because of the department failure to plan to build more classes and to hire more teachers. Thirdly, the online registration system is not a tool of efficiency. It is a weapon of exclusion. The police that force children to be registered only near their place or resident ignore the brutally realistic of our society. What does it means for a domestic worker in Sandton who cannot afford to live there but want her children to attend a quality school?
Siyabonga Mkhonto, isikhathi siphelile. Siyabonga. Member Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Today we are reflecting on the Gauteng Department of Education's annual report. The glossy pages and polished language suggests progress. Indeed, there are some areas worth commending, which as Action SA we will not ignore but applaud. The department has expanded access to schooling with more learners enrolled than ever before. Certain infrastructure projects such as new classrooms and digital learning initiatives shows the promise in modernizing education. Dedicated teachers and principals continue to carry the system on their shoulders, often against odds. These are public servants who acknowledge their profession as a calling, and we applaud and appreciate them. However, beneath the surface, this report reveals a troubling reality, something Action SA will not ignore, as it needs to be dealt with and addressed as MPLs who are elected public representatives. Firstly, accountability is absent. I mean absent. Targets are reported as partially achieved without clear explanations. Budgets are spent, yet incomes remain stagnant. Where is the transparency when we as citizens and taxpayers deserve? Secondly, infrastructure delivery is failing. Schools across Gauteng still suffer overcrowded classrooms, unsafe buildings, and sanitation crises. The report glosses over delays and cost overruns, but communities live with the consequence on a daily basis. Thirdly, learners outcomes are still poor. Despite billions spent, literacy and numeracy levels are not improving at the pace needed. Dropout rates are still very high, especially in township schools, perpetuating inequality. This is supposed to be a government and a department that raises all standards for all of us. Education is the way out of poverty. We are failing them. Action SA's position is clear on the above four issues which affect good governance. We demand urgent reforms, transparent reporting, strict accountability for failed projects, and a laser focus on improving learner outcomes. Honourable Presiding Officer, this annual report is not just a document, it is a mirror reflecting the department's priorities, and right now that mirror shows a department more concerned with appearances than with the lived reality of our learners. Action SA will continue to hold this department to account. We will not allow Gauteng's future to be marred and threatened by inefficiency, mismanagement, broken promises and corruption. Our children deserve better and we will fight for nothing less. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Moody. Member Waters.
All right. I'd like to make a short remark in terms of Rule 77, subsection 5.
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you very much. I noted Honourable Moody quote from the report and about certain targets being, and I quote, partially achieved. That can only mean that there was a number, let's say it was 10, and then it wasn't 10. It was 9 or 8 or 7. So it was only achieved in part, so to speak. Actually, that means it was not achieved. And I would hope that Honourable Moody would agree with me in that regard, and that the committee should actually address that in full respect. Honourable MEC, you might look at me in disgust and all the rest of it. It doesn't change the fact. If you're saying you're partially achieved, it's amount to saying that you're half pregnant. Thank you very much.
Member Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Gauteng Department of Education has confirmed 1.46 billion in irregular expenditure, double that of the previous financial year. But this is only the beginning. The AG's office has identified an additional 1.52 billion in irregular expenditure that is still under assessment, relating specifically to learner teacher support material, or LTSM procurement, an amount so serious that National Treasury is now verifying it. If confirmed, irregular expenditure in this department will explode to 3 billion rand this year, the single largest irregular expenditure event in the history of the Gauteng Department of Education. Chair, these are not admin slip-ups. They are fundamental breaches of procurement law, contracts awarded without competitive bidding, construction tenders granted to contractors not registered with CIDB, prices that were neither economical nor reasonable, an entire R1 billion LTSM procurement system flagged for suspicion. This is not a department that makes mistakes. This is a department that has broken the rules repeatedly and deliberately. Chair, I have raised concerns many times about Bongani Rainmakers, a company with what is effectively a monopoly over the LTSM supply chain. In the year under review, they received the following amounts: 949 million for LTSM, 110 million for management fees, a further 30 million for resource management, a further 22 million for distribution fees, and a further 45 million for aggregation fees, whatever that means. But there was always enough money to pay Bongani Rainmakers, never any financial constraints. And then, Chair, there's also the fact of Matthew Guniwa's School of Leadership and Governance. Since 2019, this entity has received over 2 billion rand in public funds, yet it operates in absolute total obscurity. No direct accountability to this legislature, no performance hearings, no transparent reporting on how funds are used, and a board that reads like the who's who of the ANC. So, Chair, how is this acceptable? How can an entity receiving billions in taxpayers' money be allowed to operate outside oversight, shielded from scrutiny, contrary to the very obligations of the PFMA? The truth is plain and obvious. This department is not suffering from poor administration. It is suffering from deep, entrenched culture of unaccountable spending, political patronage and procurement abuse. And the people paying this price are not politically connected on that side of the house. They are the learners of Gauteng, the children who sit in overcrowded classrooms, unsafe schools and under-resourced environments, because billions meant for them are now being siphoned into mismanaged contracts and politically protected entities. Enough is enough, Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Member Alberts.
Oh, thank you.
You can switch off your mic. Member Waters, I can hear you whispering there. Member Alberts.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We recognise that this department has a difficult task in providing quality education to learners in an environment of constrained budgets and a growing school community due to population influx into Gauteng. Therefore, we take note of the various achievements listed in the committee report. We take further note that the department managed to spend almost all of its budget. It also achieved 92% of its APs and received an unqualified report from the Auditor General, but with findings. However, while some of these achievements are commendable, it also serves to mask a much deeper malaise. It is disconcerting that the AG flagged a possible irregular expenditure that is currently under assessment to the amount of 1.5 billion rand. This is over and above the existing AG flagged irregular expenditure for the year, thus totaling more than a scandalous 3 billion rand. The fact that 1,043 schools received support under the no-fee policy seems on the face of it to be an achievement. However, it also signals that there is something seriously wrong with the Gauteng economy. In a healthy economy, many parents will become part of the middle class that would have moved many schools into quintile 4 and 5, and thus alleviating the department's budget constraints. The problem that has been with us for a long time, namely the infrastructure backlog that impacts on access to schools, is still with us, and it's multiplying. These problems are complex and multidimensional, but can be solved. The department needs to plan and model existing and future schooling needs. There are technologies available to perform this. They must just use it. The department needs to tighten its financial management. The department must create a school infrastructure task group together with partner departments and local government representatives to expedite school building projects and to effect maintenance on existing schools. And let me just add, there are many schools that need maintenance and that is actually a danger to the learners and teachers. And the department must lastly push to ensure economic growth and job creation together with other departments that will take the pressure off the department and the government as a whole. These problems can be solved, but only if there is political will. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Engelbrecht.
Speaker, this report exposes a painful truth that Gauteng's children with disabilities remain the most neglected learners in this province. The department claims that LSEN support, which is learners with special educational needs, the support was enhanced. Yet its own reports, including the Portfolio Committee analysis, confirm that Ezibeleni Special School still operates under unsafe, undignified conditions without the required learning support education. And this is after more than 3 years of failure to fill critical therapist and specialist posts. Thousands of children wait months, even years, for psychoeducational assessments. The department also underspent in special schools because it could not procure assistive devices and labour-saving equipment, the very tools that help disabled children communicate, learn and move. Schools like Philadelphia, Princehof, Meerhof and many others continue battling overcrowding, unsafe hostels, broken ablutions and unreliable transport for profoundly disabled learners. I thank
Member
you.
Come in.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'm honoured to rise in support of the 2024-2025 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Education. A review of its work in teaching, learning, nutrition, administration, infrastructure, safety and examinations shows a department delivering consistently, informing the lives of millions of learners. Paulo Freire, in his seminal work, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, reminds us hunger is not an obstruction, but it is a concrete existential experience. A hungry child cannot learn, cannot participate, and cannot unlock their full human potential. For children from historically disadvantaged communities, whose poverty is a direct consequence of apartheid, economic and spatial engineering, this reality is not theoretical, it is lived. That is why, as the Department Nutrition Program directly confronts one of the most entrenched barriers to learning effective black class children, persistent cycle of household food insecurity created by generations of the dispossession, land, theft, and exclusion from the apartheid economy. By guarantee every child a daily meal, the department not only supports learning, it restores dignity, keeps vulnerable learners in schools, and ensures that poverty does not predetermine a child's future. This is precisely why some parents who were privileged under apartheid and who continue to benefit from the legacy of accumulated wealth may not regard this as a victory. To them, access to nutrition, free quality education, and the expanded state support are not priority because their children were never denied this opportunity. For the decades, they enjoyed subsidized privilege while majority were locked out. Today, expansion of pro-poor educational programs disrupts the imbalances. The Democratic Alliance, as the political mouthpiece of the entrenched private sector's interests, will obviously seek to delegitimize such achievements. Their constituency includes those who wish to preserve the unequal structure created by the apartheid, not necessarily through over-hostility, but through a persistent ideological resistance to redistribution, state intervention, and programs that uplift the poor. They cannot celebrate victory that empower their children of a domestic worker, mine worker, a township family, because such victories challenges their inequalities, sustain their political project. But for the majority of the people, this is a trump. Well-nourished learners, more attractive, more confident, and more likely to progress through system. They stay in school, they succeed, they break generational cycle of poverty. This is how access to education expands, how opportunity is democratized, and how a capable, productive society is built. By supporting learners, both physically and intellectually, we are not merely improving educational outcome, we are safeguarding the future of the country, advancing social justice, and continuing the long unfinished work of dismantling the legacy of apartheid and colonialism. Honourable members, despite budget constraint, infrastructure backlog, growing learners' numbers, and raising operational costs, the department achieved 92.31% of its annual target. This is a proof of a clean governance, ethical leadership, and administrative delivery progress. An unqualified audit opinion with finding affirms that although internal control continue to strengthen the department's financial statements, present fairly in all material respects, the financial position of the Gauteng Department of Education, the audit improvement plan is already under implementation, demonstrating accountability and state function. These measures have produced exceptionally academic outcomes rooted in the African National Policy objective to advance equitable education. Let us begin with academic performance. The class of 2024 achieved Gauteng's highest results ever, notably the attainment gap between free-paying and not-paying school fees narrowed significantly, demonstrating the success of the transformative pro-poor policies that opened the door for learning, all declared by the Freedom Charter. These improvements arise from deliberate intervention to target support to the needy and highly risky learners. District monitors such learners, quarterly, deployed expert teachers, implement structures, revision, mock exam, siyavula drills, and just-in-time lessons. This is a delivery ensuring that learners is not left behind. Honourable Speaker, the department successfully delivering the 2025 NSC exams further demonstrates its institutional strength, affirming ANC core values of the capable developmental state. Gauteng hosted the largest matric cohort in its history with over 149,000 full-time candidates across 1,309 centers. This achievement directly transformed the lives of learners by providing them with credible qualification and access to further education, employment opportunities, while contributing to the country's human capital development, social mobility, long-term nation building, reflecting a practical commitment and inclusive, equitable, and progressive South Africa. Equally significant and the department achievement in early childhood development, widespread registration of ECD centers represents a landmark success in ensuring that compliance, safety, and access to childhood development by advancing professional development of great art practitioners, strengthening curricular supporting program, improving Vengasali processes. The African National Congress led Gauteng Provincial government laying a strong foundation for lifelong learning. Early childhood development critically shaping child's recognition, social and emotional growth, ensuring that they enter formal school well prepared, confident and capable of reaching their full potential. Honourable Speaker, online admission system remains the largest and the most complex in the country's processes, and hundreds of thousands of applications manually, with South African citizens from 97.7 for all placements as a non-South African citizen at 2.3%. The system also managed over 130,000 multiple applications requiring careful transformation and management schools machinery. Honourable members, the African National Congress, Gauteng Department of Education continue to demonstrate unwavering commitment to transforming the lives of learners and advancing South Africa's national development agenda. The system successfully managed over 130,000 multiple applications requiring meticulously transforming management and precise school matching. This reflects not only operational importance, but also dedication to ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to quality education, a cornerstone of the African National Congress policy, a resolution aimed at addressing historical inequalities and promoting social justice. The department has identified districts with high demand and limited capacity, particularly Johannesburg North, Johannesburg East, Tshwane South, Tshwane North, Ekurhuleni North. In this response, the department has implemented robust mitigation measures, deploying mobile classrooms, establishing mobile schools, and funding targeted classroom construction. While provincial capacity may appear sufficient overall, and the department targeted approach recognizes the special pressure in high-demand urban areas, demonstrating ability and transparency and leadership in aligning educational infrastructure with the needs of our people. The impact of this intervention of the lives of the learners is profound access to functional learning spaces, ensuring continuity of education, reduces a dropout, and allow learners to realize the potential provision of a safe, reliable transport, psychosocial support, and SGP governance training, strengthening the educational system, ensuring that students are nurtured historically and communities are empowered to participate actively in the school processes. Digital content provision for grades 7 to 12 further equip learners with the critical skills required for digital infrastructure and revolution, ensuring that eligible Gauteng industrial capacity ICT manufacturing aim at economy. The expansion of schools of specialization to 36 is particularly significant by providing focused instruction in areas such as technology, science, vocational skills. The department strengthened the province's long-term human capital development, advancing the African National Congress vision of a capable skills workforce that drives inclusive growth, supports the national developmental agenda. Develop our learners is in essence developing our future workforce. Technology and labor form an integral part of a productive force, which are the engine of economy. Development determine what a society can produce, shape. It is social and political organization. In the German ideology, Karl Marx observed, the level of the development of the productive forces of a particular nation will determine the manner in which that the nation relates to others, close quote. Nations with more advanced productive forces will inevitably dominate those with less development ones. This underscores why the mass measures the impact of education by its capacity to develop productive forces. In this regard, the ANC-led Gauteng provincial government exceptionally well. This intervention contributes decisively to the struggle against illiteracy, which the African National Congress recognizes as a fundamental pillar of the struggle for liberation, the total emancipation, a contributing factor towards the success of a national democratic revolution.
Thank you very much. MEC Chilwane. MEC Chilwane, it's your time.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me appreciate the input by the Honourable Sedinyane, who have literally covered all aspects, even responded to the naysayers. To the Honourable Premier, Speaker, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip, leaders of opposition, Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of the committee, invited guests, comrades and friends. It is a privilege to present the annual report for the Department of Education for the 2024-25 financial year. This report represents an unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, and continued pursuit of quality education for all. It details how have we built upon the legacy of the past 3 decades, translating the 6th administration mandate into tangible outcomes for our people. Our strategic direction remains steadfastly aligned with the National Development Plan's call to build an inclusive society where every South African can realize their full potential. This report captures our efforts to create responsive, equitable and inclusive education system in line with the GGT 2030 vision. The year 2024-25 was one of focused acceleration, intensifying efforts to future-proof our systems and ensure services in response to the demands of a rapidly evolving digital economy. The results demonstrate significant progress in our multi-year journey to build a quality, modern, and accessible education system that benefits every child in Gauteng. The report reflects our stewardship over public resources entrusted to the department and our responsibility to ensure that every rand invested in education contributes meaningfully to improving learner outcomes. During this year, we continue to uphold principles of sound financial management and ethical governance. The 2024-25 financial year saw this commitment bear fruit, where we met 48 of our 52 service delivery targets, and that accounts to 92.31% achievement rate. There is no such thing as 48.5, 48 out of 52. These significant financial achievements included the financial appropriation of 66.142 billion, of which 99.5% was spent. An average expenditure for all conditional grants sits at around 99%, and no unauthorized expenditure occurred. And majority supplier payments were done within the required 30-day PFMA timeframe. However, we have noted on the period under review that there was an increase from 27 days to 73 days in areas of creditor payments. The department received an unqualified audit opinion with its findings, marking a regression from last year's clean audit. The audit committee's recommendation for implementing an audit improvement plan to address control issues are being acted upon. Under the accounting officer's leadership and the department is confident it will enhance financial controls, maintain transparency, and improve efficiency. One of the most significant developments has been the implementation of the Bella Act, signed into law earlier in the year. The transformative legislation strengthens governance, accountability, and equity across the sector. Implementation in our province is being phased in strategically with emphasis on school admission policies, codes of conduct, exclusionary practices, school governance, and professional accountability, which reflects our dedication to transforming Gauteng education system into an inclusive environment for all learners, addressing historical inequalities, and remains at the forefront of our agenda. We are laying the foundation for an equitable system through measures such as redefining feeder zones, school twinning, no fee and fee exemption policies, and inclusive education initiatives. In the 2024, we launched a comprehensive strategy to modernize service delivery by investing heavily in information and communication technology infrastructure. This signifies a fundamental shift towards building a more efficient, fair, and transparent education system. Central to this effort is the continuous enhancement of our online admission system. This system, which was reinforced to accommodate higher user volumes, significantly reducing application backlogs compared to the previous years. Honourable members, yes, indeed, we have launched 36 schools of specialization, of which we're intending to even launch another 12 in the near future, concluding that by the year 2028. Our matric performance, Honourable Siserinyane was able to explain to you that it has been, we have improved from our previous academic year. In fact, we have achieved the highest bachelor pass rate ever in Gauteng in the previous academic year, and which demonstrates that where we're investing, there are learner outcomes. And furthermore, we must note that we have a district which was #1 in the country with a 97% pass rate, meaning only 3% of the learners in that particular district did not make it. With our poverty elimination initiatives, it should be noted, honourable members, that as much as some members are lamenting the nutrition program, they are ignoring the fact that this nutrition program is currently feeding 1.7 million learners across quintile 1 to 5 in our schools, primary, secondary school, and also identified special schools. Our no-fee policy is supporting 1,400 schools with a total enrollment of 1.584 million. And our learner transport program, which is also being flagged that it's a problem by our naysayers next door opposition, is transporting over 228,000 learners for learners residing in 5 kilometers or further. With over 1.4 million learners served under no-fee policy, similar numbers are benefiting from state-supported nutrition, and more than the 200,000 as I've reflected in our learner transport initiative. Throughout the 2024-25 financial year, we faced considerable challenges of sustaining quality standards within public ordinary schools. Increased learner migration resulted in budget constraints that affect our capacity to deliver infrastructure and resource services. Increased learner enrollment, coupled with demands for school infrastructure, necessitated seeking additional funding. The department readjusted the budget, ensuring schools were resourced, learner-teacher support material were procured, and learners could be fed, transported, and made safe. So therefore, we did prioritize our non-personnel expenditure by containing personnel spending and curbing non-essential expenditure. This is not affecting educators. So the curbing is on non-essential service, not the core of our department, which are our educators. That one remains undisturbed. So therefore, our decision did not impact teaching and learning. As I conclude, Deputy Chair of Chair, based on the Premier's directives, we are dedicated to upholding sound governance, and these efforts have yielded positive results, improved payment times, increased benefits for township and women entrepreneurs in our procurement processes. The 2024-25 annual report tells a story of resilience, progress, and hope, a reflection of what can be achieved when a province invests in the dreams and potential of its learners. As we move forward, we reaffirm our commitment to making every learner feel inspired in our innovative system. So therefore, let me thank the Honourable Premier for his steadfast leadership, the Executive Council colleagues for their continued support, the Education Portfolio Committee chairperson and members for their oversight, the HOD for leading a dedicated senior management team, and Team GD for their continued support. We will continue writing this new story as outlined in the GTG 2030, pursuing an education system responding to the fourth industrial revolution. So through you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, in terms of Rule 668(1) of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, read with Section 40 of the PFMA, I hereby table the 2024-25 annual report for the Gauteng Department of Education and commend it to the House for its consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Member Mhlongo. Oh, okay. Let's first ask the Secretary to read. Please read the 13th order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Consideration of the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. Member Sedinyane, on behalf of Member Mhlongo.
No, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As I'm Mr. Mhlongo today. Yes. I wish to table the Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Education Annual Report 2024-2025 financial year as follows. In the 2024 financial year, GDE has received 66 billion and is spent over 65 billion at the end of the financial year. It shows that 317, which translates to 0.5% of the budget, was not spent. In terms of the Auditor General's report, the department received an unqualified audit opinion with its findings. The department recorded an irregular expenditure of more than 1.5 billion because of the payment of goods and services for which procurement processes were not followed. During this year, under review, the department faced several challenges such as increased learners migration, which put a strain on the optimal utilization of the allocated budget. However, key to the challenges is a continued increase in irregular expenditure of the side of the department implementing the agent it relates to infrastructure. The department achieved 48 out of 52 performance indicators, which shows that an achievement of 92%. With regard to a technical performance, the department has made significant achievement in 2024 academic year, which include the provision of scholar transport for learners in 15 district and national school nutrition program. In addition, the department has continued to provide support to the public schools in a form of provision of training to educators, provision of coaches to schools, provision of workbooks and other learner-teacher support material, among others. The department continued with plans to implement the ECD programs, has trained several ECD practitioners to ensure that the professional development of practitioners with the aim of improving development of the children and the quality of ECD education. Qualified grade R practitioners in public ordinary schools were observed into post-level 1 posts. The committee note that the largest sector in the Gauteng education system remains the public ordinary school sector with 2,206 schools. This followed by the independent non-subsidized ordinary school sector with 529 schools and the independent subsidized school sector with 203 schools. Schools for learners with specialized education needs sector centered to 52, 612 learners of 146 institutions, which 119 were public, 4 independent subsidized and 23 independent non-subsidized special schools. Key achievement for the 2024-2025 financial year. The department made progress in expanding access to childhood development services with 1,413 public grade R schools and over 1,600 ECD sites, serving approximately 160,000 children with 4,330 practitioners. Implementation of the SIS framework enables support more than 43,000 LSEN learners with 4,672 educators, 671 therapists providing specialized services strengthened by mass screening in grade R and 1. Teaching and vocational education expanded through technical secondary schools resource grant TSSRG with over 100 technical schools benefiting from the improved resources. A total of 36 schools of specialization are currently operational, offering designated areas of specialization in subjects such as mathematics, science, engineering, ICT, arts, sports, commerce and entrepreneurship and related fields. School safety measures were reinforced through safety imbizos focused on bullying, gangsterism, drug-related risk in collaboration with law enforcement and communities. SGP strengthening initiatives were carried out through capacity building programs on a governance policy review and traditional handovers. 1,730,356 learners were supported through the school nutrition program. The learners transport program supported 228,592 learners. 1,403 schools received support under non-fee policy, benefiting 1.5843 learners. Findings. The committee noted with the concern the slow pace of the infrastructure delivery with a continued delay and completion of a critical school project. The committee observed that despite department broader maintenance intervention, schools such as Kudube Primary School, Zakhele Primary School, Durban Deep Primary School continue to experience severe and unresolved infrastructure challenges that compromise safety learning conditions and school functionality. The concerns remains that the committee was concerned to know that the department has regressed from a clean audit to an unqualified audit findings. The committee notes with concern that these are areas of dispute or differing interpretation between the department and the Auditor General. Such matters related to the procurement classification and CIDB applicability, which indicate a lack of alignment on regulatory compliance implementation recommendations. The department to provide a comprehensive progress report and to a dashboard on all infrastructure projects. This should include projects implemented through the Development Bank of South Africa, DBSA, the Budget Facility Infrastructure, DBI, and Self-Build Initiative. The department should investigate the written current condition of the physical infrastructure at Kudube Primary School, Zakhele Primary School, Durban Deep Primary School, and provide a report on intervention undertaken and a safe conditions learning environment. The department should establish a focused written remedial plan with a clear framework, accountability lines, and quarterly progress report to ensure sustainable improved audit outcome. Recommendation further, the department should formally engage the written Auditor General Office matter, regularly interpretation, obtain written clarification where applicable, and ensure that the future procurement processes are aligned with AG expectations to prevent a recurrence of a similar finding and to support consistent auditor compliance going forward. Acknowledgement. The Portfolio Committee on Education wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Honourable Chilwani, and his senior officials for the presentation of the annual report and substantial sustained efforts they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee on the detail of the report. The Chairperson, Moiponi Mhlongo, would like to thank the Honourable Portfolio Committee members Elma Kubela, Sesedinyane, Dos Santos, Waters, Ellenberg, Ngobeni, Mkwanazi, Mutli, and Ali for the dedication and the support during the process. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank Group Committee Coordinator Ms. Zuziwe Panchwa Mbalo, Senior Committee Coordinator Ms. Shalin Gaya, Committee Coordinator Mr. Piello Mashilwani, Committee Administrator Mr. Thabo Kekana, Senior Researcher Ms. Nalisiwe, Committee Researcher Mr. Joseph Makura, Handset Recorder Ms. Rasha Sin, and Service Officer Ms. Mavis Ntlap, Public Participation Officer Lenzwe Mutubi, and Intern Sipokulo Mkwanazi, Media Officer Mr. Takalani Ndlovu, and Information Officer Mr. Jekili Tswalo for the commitment they've shown during the annual report. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Education hereby presents its oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Education annual report for the 2024-2025 financial year for the House for adoption, taking into account concerns and the proposed recommendation made in the report. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Mhlongo Sesedinyane. Is there a seconder? Member Dos Santos?
Sorry, Ras to second, thank you.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 14th order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 14th order is the debate on the annual report of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and Recreation, including its entity, for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Member Shabala.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation achieved only 62% of its annual target despite spending 91% of its budget. This is a failure in basic governance. Instead of progress, we see regression. If we are spending all the money but achieving half the work, that is not service delivery. That is a failure of governance. It is the very definition of no value for money. Worse still, the audit opinion has declined from unqualified to qualified. This deterioration reflects a collapsing internal control, weak financial oversight, and a department that is simply not being managed well. The Auditor General further found transactions above 1 million were processed without competitive bidding, violating the Treasury Regulation and Section 38, subsection 1, subsection F of the PFMA Act. Payments were not made within 30 days. 4 of the 6 key 23-24 AG recommendations were never implemented. Should we be expecting an MEC handling 2 major portfolios to be fully present for both? While Premier Lesufi may have had his hopes, the results have been evident that the department has suffered from lack of prioritization. The consequences of MEC's Chilwani's divided attention are real. The department has failed to build one single library last year, not one. No new combi court, no new soccer fields. Speaker, the absence of facilities has significant negative impact on communities. It deprives children of safe places to play. It removes platforms for community development. It suppresses talent in sports and arts. It deepens social inequality in our communities. The failures extend beyond performance indicators. The department is collapsing, and that is exactly what we are witnessing. MEC Chwalani should have ensured that the previous AG recommendations were implemented, including filling vacancies in critical posts, ensuring optimal utilization of assets, strengthening financial controls, and making payments in record time. Each of these issues directly affects the department's ability to deliver cultural, recreational, sports, and heritage services to the people of Gauteng. These failures are visible across Gauteng. At Walter Sisulu Square, a historical significant site, traders and residents suffer without water, without electricity, with vandalized infrastructure and growing criminal activities. A once vibrant economic hub stands abandoned and decaying because this department has failed to do its job. In Orange Farm, the multi-million rand Drizik Library, completed and opened in 2024, still stands locked and unused. Instead of providing learning opportunities and community upliftment, it is gathering dust while taxpayers pay for security and maintenance of a facility that remains inaccessible. And while the infrastructure collapses, while the community facilities rot, and while unemployment rises, the department has spent more than 159 million over 8 years on celebratory events, not on service delivery, not on athletes, not on upgrading facilities, but on food, entertainment, and transport for one-day political spectacles. Even the Gauteng Department of Sports meant to honor excellence, we saw 4.4 million spent on luxury events, while athletes received only 16% of the budget. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chair, the consequences of Premier Sufi's decisions are clear. The department is falling apart. Control has been lost. The audit outcomes have regressed. Financial controls have weakened. Service delivery has collapsed. Thank you.
Member Siteka, EFF. Karosezule Mungi.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Deputy. Greetings, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of this House and to the residents of Gauteng. Special greetings to the learners and staff at Tamsanga, Fine Town, Orange Farm Secondary, Trust Orange Secondary, the Orange Farm Dance Theatre, Orange Farm Library, Naturena Library, and all other cultural institutions that the economic freedom fighters visited throughout the 2024-2025 financial year as part of our oversight duties in assessing their sporting, arts, and cultural performance. Honourable Speaker, Gauteng is the cultural, sporting, and creative hub of our nation. It is home to millions of your people whose features depend on functioning libraries, accessible sports facilities, vibrant township arts program, and a provincial government that recognizes recreation as an essential tool for youth empowerment. Yet this department's performance shows a worrying gap between intention and impact. The department promised to strengthen grassroots sport and improve access to community facilities. The reality in townships and informal settlements, however, tells a different story. Stadiums, courts, and fields remain in disrepair, with vandalized structures, broken equipment, and slow or non-existent maintenance. Many clubs operate without sport and programs intended to boost participation. For instance, despite assurances that Orange Farm will benefit from visits to raise awareness on creative industry interventions, nothing tangible occurred. This came at a time when sport and creative arts should be a lifetime against youth unemployment, substance abuse, and crime, yet the department offered very little on this. The province should be the powerhouse of the African creative economy, yet artists continue to struggle with support and unclear funding processes. Instead of revitalizing township arts, delays suffocate emerging talent. Heritage institutions and cultural centers remain neglected. While the department reports progress in support non-fee paying schools to participate in cultural programs and multicultural initiatives, these results are largely elusive. All we see is children in traditional attire begging for money in city centers, a visible symptom of systematic failure of underfunded and underutilized cultural institutions which fail to reach their intended beneficiaries and create a breeding ground for taking advantage of children. Operational delays at sites such as the Women's Heritage Monument, Kagiso Memorial, Buipatong Memorial continue year after year, have become an annual chorus, and we are now once again told that all these have been postponed to the 2025-26 financial year. Libraries and recreational facilities, which form the backbone of safe learning spaces for youth, also experience a sharp decline. Commitments to expand digital access and modernize libraries were poorly executed. Too many remain closed during crucial hours, operate with outdated materials, or suffer staff shortages. The digital divide widens as opportunities for learning shrink, particularly in township schools, where only 10 libraries in non-fee paying schools across Gauteng receive financial support in the whole province.
Thank you very much, Member. Member Miso. So who's clapping hands? I don't see that person.
Thank you, Deputy Chairs. We stand here as Umkhonto weSizwe to speak on the report, the good and the bad on the department without any fear or favor. We recognize 100% achievement of all cultural affairs targets, supporting creatives, expanding heritage programs, and providing platforms for emerging artists. We note the full achievement of 8 creatives industries target, including capacity building for hundreds of practitioners and support for arts events. We also commend the Gauteng Film Commission for clean compliance, strong governance, and impactful training for youth filmmakers. This success shows what the department is capable of when system functions. But now, Deputy Chairs, the failure that can no longer be ignored. No, not one new library was delivered. Grassroots sports development is weakened by vacancies. Only 5 out of 12 club development coordinators appointed. Only 33 of 40 active recreations coordinators appointed. Only 33 of 40 active recreation coordinators retained. 5 school sports remain unfilled. How can we develop athletes when the foundation staff are missing? 0 reading NPOs were funded despite a literacy crisis. This is direct blow to township children who opened on community reading support. The department underspent 59 million yingwadla entsha leyo, Deputy Chair. Coupled with the president procurement delay and qualified audit, these are not minor administrative hiccups. They are a clear failure of the department. Deputy Chairs, only if the department could prioritize supporting causes, including programs for disabled people, with proper funding, targeted support, and equal recognition, we will see real transformation on the ground. These communities deserve dignity, opportunity, and meaningful investment. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we are saying this must never happen again, and it will never happen under our watch as Umkhonto weSizwe. We strongly urge the department to deepen engagement with stakeholders, not a tick box. The recommendation, the department needs a return and discipline accountable community center governance. We recommend a target turnaround plan for infrastructure delivery with strict deadlines, monitored progress, fill all critical spend development posts with a fixed timeline to stabilize grassroots program, restoring funding for reading NPO, strengthening procurement system to eliminate delay and prevent future underspending. In conclusion, we acknowledge what went.
Thank you, Member Miso. Thank you. Member Diakher, please.
While we appreciate the
Member
economy.
Miso, please.
Asihlehli, asisabi, sigwaza, siyaphambili.
Hi, Member Diakher. Yeah, you can
Thank
come
you,
in.
Speaker. Honourable Diakher is struggling to get on. She's been trying for about the last 30 minutes. So I'll be taking her speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today with a sense of profound disappointment to address a matter that extends far beyond questions of budgetary underspending or isolated infrastructure setbacks. What we are confronting is a systemic failure that undermines the very foundations of literacy, heritage preservation and community development across Gauteng. The 2024-25 annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation reveal a concerning 22% vacancy rate across the department. More troubling still is that the programs most essential to our communities bear the heaviest burden. Library and archive services operate with a 37% vacancy rate, while cultural affairs functions with just 24% of the positions filled. These are precisely the programs entrusted with ensuring access to reading materials, maintaining functional library services, supporting cultural development, and safeguarding our collective heritage. This situation is particularly disheartening when considered against the broader educational landscape. We know that 81% of grade 4 learners in our country cannot read for meaning. We know that 40% of households possess no books whatsoever. We know that a mere 8% of public schools maintain functional libraries, with these concentrated almost exclusively in formally privileged institutions. Libraries are not a luxury, Honourable Speaker. For many children, they represent the only opportunity to access books and educational resources. Yet this year, we have witnessed the complete abandonment of targets for establishing new libraries. Not a single non-profit organisation receives support to promote reading, even as our literacy crisis deepens. Speaker, the recent reopening of the Joburg City Library has brought renewed attention to the state of library services throughout the province. While I acknowledge that municipal libraries fall under the local government's jurisdiction, this does not absolve the MAC of responsibility. Provincial library services provide essential funding, support, monitoring and policy guidance. The MEC possesses both the authority and the obligation to intervene when municipalities fail to meet their service delivery commitments. Regrettably, our municipalities are falling significantly short in this regard. A recent investigation by the Sunday Times examining libraries across Joburg found the following. Of 17 libraries sampled, 9 were either closed, under construction or operating without electricity. Those libraries that remain open are burdened with outdated and deteriorating collections as book budgets continue to shrink. Libraries have remained closed on weekends since the COVID-19 pandemic due to unresolved labour disputes. In Ennerdale, the Louisa Prince Library has stood closed since 2021, succumbing to vandalism and decay despite persistent appeals from residents. In Drissig, a modern library facility constructed at the cost of 13 million opened briefly before being abandoned due to inadequate security measures. In Alexandra, library spaces are being rented for private functions while children are denied access.
Time is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Member Tlebere, or who's standing on your behalf?
It's me,
Okay,
Deputy
Member
Chair of
Musai.
Chairs. No, thank you very much. I am representing Member Tlebere, who is graduating today at Wits University. She's obtaining her postgraduate diploma in management. Congratulations. Deputy Chair of Chairs, today we consider the 2024-25 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, a department whose mandate stretches far beyond buildings, facilities and programs. It shapes the spirit, identity and social fabric of our province. Its work reaches into every township, village and suburb, into every school, library, sport field, theatre, heritage site and community hall. This report, therefore, is not a mere administrative compliance exercise. It reflects how this province continues to invest in the dignity, the talent and potential of its people. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the annual report reveals a department that is stabilizing, strengthening and maturing. Its progress is not accidental. It is the outcome of disciplined leadership, clearly policy direction, and the patient, consistent work of a capable public service. Before we discuss program outputs, it is critical to recognize that clean governance is the foundation of a credible service delivery. Improved audit performance, tighter supply chain controls, stronger risk management, and improved financial discipline demonstrate a department that takes its constitutional mandate seriously. Good governance is not a mere catchphrase. It is what unlocks everything that follows, from infrastructure delivery to sports development to artist support. This firm administrative foundation enables the department to deliver national and provincial priorities with greater efficiency and impact. This brings us naturally to the heart of its mandate: youth development, social cohesion, community empowerment, and the building of a united Gauteng. Honourable Deputy Chair, sports remains one of the most powerful tools for youth development, a shield against substance abuse, violence, and hopelessness. The expansion of school leagues, support for township sports clubs, and upgrades to community facilities demonstrates this government's unwavering commitment to empowering young people where they live. The department's coaching clinics, talent identification platforms, and athlete supportive initiatives form a comprehensive ecosystem, creating pathways into sport careers, wellness opportunities, and youth employment. Honourable Deputy Chair, as sport strengthens the body, so too must we strengthen the mind. Libraries remain the backbone of learning, information access, and digital inclusion. The department's investment in modernizing township libraries, expanding Wi-Fi and digital services, strengthening mobile libraries, and it does ensure that young people, especially in under-resourced communities, have safe and productive space for studying, research, and digital literacy. In many communities, the local library is the only accessible bridge to information and opportunity. These investments keep our province moving forward. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Gauteng is the cultural heartbeat of South Africa. Our creatives, writers, musicians, dancers, visual artists, designers, and filmmakers do more than entertain. They capture our collective memory, interpret our present, and imagine our future. Through township arts incubators, cultural grants, festivals, theatre partnerships, and training programs, the department continues to nurture this creative energy. The creative economy is not a luxury sector. It is a powerful economic engine, especially for young people. Every festival, exhibition, film project, or performance generates jobs, supports SMMEs, and stimulates local tourism, and it does contribute to township revitalization. This sector is central to economic resilience and social cohesion. Deputy Chair of Chairs, a society without memory is a society without direction. Our heritage liberation struggle sites, the museums, monuments, archives, and oral history forms the backbone of a national identity. The department's work in preserving these sites, promoting indigenous languages, and hosting community dialogues plays a pivotal role in building unity and healing historical injustices. Our videos are not working. Here we are reminded of the late Makenkesi Stofile, who observed, open quote, sports unifies our people, close quote, and he warned, open quote, the opposite of transformation is entrenchment, and none of us can support the entrenchment of our past. These words speak not only to sport, but to cultural work. heritage preservation, and our collective responsibility to advance transformation. Heritage Month programs, Indigenous language revitalization, and the strengthening of museums and archives ensures that our children inherit a society that remembers values and learns from its past. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the annual report illustrates a department that understands that no arm of government can deliver alone. Strong partnerships with municipalities, sports federations, libraries, cultural organizations, NGOs and schools have broadened the reach and impact of programs. These collaborations strengthen facility management, expand community participation, enhance artist support, and take services deeper into townships and informal settlements. This is cooperative governance at work. The report is honest about its challenges, which is budget constraints, vandalism, uneven municipal capacity, and increasing demand for community programs. But the true measure of a capable institution is how it responds. Here, the department has strengthened contract management. It deepened community involvement in protecting facilities, improved planning and monitoring, and it expanded partnerships to stretch limited resources. These are the actions of a department that confronts challenges with solutions and not excuses. Deputy Chair of Chairs, while there will always be different perspectives and critiques, it is clear from the report that tangible progress is made across the province. Communities are witnessing libraries being revitalized, sports field upgraded, artists supported, indigenous languages promoted, and social cohesion strengthened. The people of Gauteng see the real on-the-ground impact of programs that improve lives, demonstrating the difference between rhetoric and effective delivery. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department's forward agenda is clear, and it is aligned with the commitments outlined in the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address. Strengthening township-based sports and arts programs, enhancing talent pathways and creative entrepreneurship, modernizing libraries and expanding digital access, protecting and promoting heritage and identity, intensifying youth development initiatives, accelerating facility upgrades, continuously strengthening governance and accountability. This is a vision centered on people, communities, and transformation. In conclusion, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the 2024-25 annual report tells a story of a department that is stable, improving, and deeply committed to serving the people of this province. From the sports field to the library, from the theatre to the museum, from the community stadium to the heritage site, this department strengthens the social, cultural, and developmental fabric of Gauteng. Allow me to conclude with the powerful words of Dumanokwe, a towering figure of our liberation struggle, who said, open quote, "A united people cannot be defeated. Division is the enemy of progress," close quote. These words remind us why we do this work and why the mission of this department matters. As the African National Congress, we stand firmly behind the continued work of this department in building a united, empowered, and culturally vibrant Gauteng. Lastly, Deputy Chair of Chairs, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate Orlando Pirates on their well-deserved victory in the Carling Black Label Cup. The achievement is a testament to talent, dedication, and the power of sport to inspire communities across our province. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Member Musai. Is there a seconder?
Yes.
Member Miso.
Thank you, Deputy Chairs. I stand to second the report.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Sengijahile siyaqeda. Asikafiki. Hey, madoda. MEC. MEC reply, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, honourable members, honourable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip, our Portfolio Chair and members of the committee, as well as the Acting Chair for the day. I'm honoured to present the annual report for the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2024-25 financial year. This report is a testament of our unwavering commitment to using sports, arts, culture, and recreation as a transformative tool for nation building, economic empowerment, and social cohesion across Gauteng. The department successfully managed 1.058 billion of our 1.122 billion allocation, achieving a 94.3% budget utilization. During this year, we submitted all required financial reports according to the Public Finance Management Act within the set timeframes. We achieved 79% of payments within 15 days as required, demonstrating our commitment to supporting service providers promptly. And more significantly, 44% of our expenditure were allocated to women-owned companies, 44% to youth-owned enterprises, and 7% to companies owned by persons with disabilities, and 69% to township businesses. This strategic procurement approach embeds transformation throughout our supply chain, ensuring that government spending directly stimulates economic activity in previously disadvantaged communities. We supported 68 community leagues across 16 sporting codes, namely athletics, swimming, chess, cricket, gymnastics, football, rugby, basketball, volleyball, netball, boxing, hockey, softball, blind cricket, deaf sports, and rural sports, benefiting 9,088 participants. These leagues provide structured competition in previously disadvantaged areas, keeping children engaged in positive activities while building foundational athletic skills. We established 6 sports academies, one provincial and 5 regional across 5 departmental corridors during October and November 2024. These academies receive sports science testing equipment and training apparatus to support functional conditioning and athletics development. The Waratambo Sunchini Games celebrated sports power to unite communities. We hosted 6 tournaments across 8 codes, namely chess, netball, basketball, swimming, football, athletics, volleyball, and rugby, with 3,842 participants from the 5 departmental corridors. On competitive sport, we invested 1.95 million for major events in rugby. That includes the United Rugby Champions Final, that includes the Springbok and Ireland Tests, that includes the Springbok and All Blacks at Ellis Park. These matches, amongst others, collectively generated over 3,100 jobs that boosted our provincial tourism and reinforced Gauteng's status as the home of champions. On boxing, the department has invested 2 million in the 9th annual Madiba Boxing and Dine event in September 2024, honoring Nelson Mandela's boxing legacy while promoting grassroots talent development. The event featured 23 fighters and it was broadcast live on SuperSport across sub-Saharan Africa. On major sporting events, the African Bank's Soweto Marathon, which took place in November 2024, attracted 20,000 runners, of which the department invested 4.5 million in support. And this marathon goes past our iconic heritage sites, including Vilakazi Street, the Hector Peterson Memorial. Furthermore, the IBA Cup Youth Tournament, which we co-hosted with the city of Johannesburg in December 2024, which brought together 196 youth teams from around the world and elite academies, including Benfica, PSG, Mamelodi Sundowns. And the Sunshine Golf Tour Tournament, which we supported, delivered 5 premier golf events, reaching over 46 youth through golf clinics. And further, we had the COSAFA 5 Nation under 20 women's football tournament. We championed pathways for elite women in sport through 8 programs. The Telkom Netball League received support from Pinnacle of Netball, for the Pinnacle of Netball competition. the South African Football Association for the Paris 2024 Olympic qualifier, the game between Banyana and Nigeria, of which we drew over 10,000 supporters for that particular game and the qualifier. We've provided equipment and attire to 462 schools, namely quintile 1 to 3 from all 15 districts, enabling meaningful participation in school sports programs across 1,147 schools. We supported participation in 5 national championships. We further supported 200 school leagues during the 2024-25 with 13,617 participants from all the districts. On sports, on arts and culture, in collaboration with the Department of Education, we implemented arts and culture programs across 413 no-fee paying schools. The South African Schools Choral Estate Effort that involved 108 schools with 50 facilitators preparing choirs for district and regional competition. On technical skills development and creative industries, we implemented 5 technical art skills training programs benefiting 223 art practitioners. And the Joburg Theatre Technical Skills Development Program in August 2024 trained 65 participants in sound engineering, lighting, and stage management. On Living Legend Management Program, during September 2024, we honored 50 veteran artists through intergenerational programs across the 5 corridors. Jazz veterans shared oral histories and musical techniques. Theatre, music, and dance masters transferred their knowledge to eager learners, creating platforms for cultural transmission and honoring guardians of our heritage. In partnership with the City of Johannesburg, we hosted 8 dynamic events for the Premier Social Cohesion Performing Arts Program between October and November 2024, namely in the Central Corridor, attracting 1,175 participants through dance, drama, music, and poetry. The Gauteng Film Commission continues to position Gauteng as Africa's leading hub for film and television, with it receiving 50.087 million of the total budget and representing a 24.9% increase from the previous year. This funding provided by the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation enabled impactful programs advancing the film industry. The GFC achieved 82% of its industry support development targets. We supported 10 script development projects, 4 feature films, and 9 television content projects developed during the inaugural Gauteng Discover Summit. The summit, a landmark 3-day event, drew 1,386 delegates from across the province with over 50 sessions, including master classes, panel discussions, and entrepreneur expo. The GFC support generated 1,870 jobs through high crew numbers hired by production beneficiaries. Our community engagement program reached over 15,334 individuals. As I conclude, Deputy Chair of Chairs, our libraries, we have transferred 215 million to 9 municipalities for the community library services and maintenance. And we have conducted 150 library monitoring visits during the effective expenditure aligned with approved business plans. The 2024 annual report demonstrates the department's comprehensive commitment to transforming lives through sports, arts, culture and recreation, and film. We have invested strategically in building athletic pathways, nurturing creative talents across multiple disciplines, positioning Gauteng as Africa's film hub, preserving heritage, advancing literacy, fostering social cohesion. Our programs have reached tens of thousands of Gauteng residents, creating over 3,100 jobs in sports and 1,870 in film, strengthening communities. Communities. Honourable Deputy Chair, in terms of Rule 681 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, read with Section 40, of the Public Finance Management Act, I hereby table the 2024-25 annual report for the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation and commend it to this House for its considerations. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Will the Secretary please read the 15th order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 15th order is the consideration of the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Member Musai, you can present the report.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chair of Chairs, yes, on behalf of the acting chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Ndlovu, and the chairperson, Tlebere, I hereby table the oversight report. The oversight role of the Portfolio Committee, as prescribed in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 14, subsection 2A(b), and the Standing Rules, Section 152, subsection 7 of the Gauteng Legislature, makes it imperative for the committee to provide an analytical assessment on the overall performance of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2024-25 financial year. The committee noted that the department received a final appropriation of 1,117 million in the year under review and reported having spent 1,057 million, reflecting an expenditure of 94.7% and an underspending of 5.3%. An underspending of 59,495,000 was experienced, which is a concern to the committee, that the department continued to underspend its allocated budget despite previous committee recommendations for the department to put measures to address this challenge, though some programs performed well. Moreover, the department received a qualified audit opinion with findings which show the regression from the previous year's audit outcome and the outcomes of the previous financial year. Of great concern to the committee was that the matters of emphasis were like the issues raised by the Auditor General in the previous financial years, which shows that the department has failed to implement the audit action plans submitted to the committee to address the audit findings. Furthermore, the AG found that the department is a defendant in various lawsuits. The committee observed that there was no progress made in dealing with the vacancy rate at the end of the financial year under review. The vacancy rate within the department was at 22%, which is far above the 10% vacancy rate threshold as per the Department of Public Service Administration requirements. They also struggled to have people with disabilities in their employment. Furthermore, there was no funding received for the Mzansi golden economy in the current financial year, which contributes to job creation. Another observation made was that the department did not complete the infrastructure projects it had been planning throughout the 6th administration, and none of the libraries scheduled for the financial year under review were completed. There's noise, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Moreover, they did not achieve the target.
Just continue because
Thank you.
Those,
moreover,
please fix the noise up there.
They did not achieve the target of building multi-purpose sports facilities, which is important for sports development as it addresses the issue of equitable access to sports facilities. This is despite several committee recommendations for the department to address the community's outcry regarding access to facilities and maintenance of already available sports facilities, including the operationalization of the monuments. The Gauteng Film Commission recorded an increase in the performance and program expenditures when compared to the previous financial year. The GFC, which is the Gauteng Film Commission, set 30 performance targets and met 26 of them, achieving an overall success rate of 87%. This reflects the organization's sustained commitment to enabling access, building industry capacity, and extending opportunities to historically disadvantaged groups. The GFC obtained an unqualified audit opinion with no findings in the year under review. The AG affirmed that the financial statements of the GFC present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the GFC as at the end of the financial year under review. However, the committee noted with concerns the delays experienced in the formalization of the GFC as a public entity, as indicated by the AG that it only audited the entity as a non-profit organization which doesn't subscribe to the PFMA prescripts. The committee, therefore, is concerned that the underspending of the annual appropriation to the value of 59,495,000 and the impact this has on service delivery. The department obtained a qualified audit opinion with findings, which is a serious concern to the committee, as this shows a regression from the previous year's audit outcome and the outcomes of the previous financial years. Moreover, the department failed to address the AG findings from the previous financial years. There seems to be capacity challenges within the department, as the targets that were not achieved, such as the procurement of goods and services, etc., were attributed to internal delays compromising service delivery. Persistent infrastructure delays, including long-standing library and sports facility projects, unresolved to close out disputes, and abandoned deliverables, which continue to limit public access to services. Poor support to municipalities, evidenced by deteriorating facilities, vandalism, poor network stability in libraries, and ineffective monitoring, despite conditional grants being transferred annually. The committee's recommendation, therefore, is that the department needs to conduct a review of the departmental priorities and program execution with achievable targets aligned to budget allocation. It must submit a revised audit action plan addressing all the repeated AG findings and identify responsible officials, monitoring mechanisms, and consequence management steps. They must submit a revised recruitment plan clearly outlining how the 22% vacancy rate will be reduced, including a recruitment timeline and a strategy to improve the representation of persons with disability. They must submit an interdepartmental plan to address the infrastructure backlog and fast-track the GFC formalization process with a full implementation roadmap covering legislative steps, administrative approvals, required resources, and responsible stakeholders. The committee, therefore, would like to thank the MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honourable Matume Chilwane, the acting HOD, Mr. Mponawa, and officials of the department. The committee appreciates the diligent deliberations of Honourable Chairperson Klebere and Honourable members, Tindlovu, Bilitswalo, M. Chabalala, L. Diacher, Tisiteka, N. Meso, and D.K. Adams, and other alternative members. The committee also thanks all the official staff. Following the Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee recommends that the annual oversight report on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2024-2025 financial year be adopted by the House, considering the committee's concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Member Shabalala seconds. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 16th order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The last order of the day is the Public Accounts Standing Committee's Oversight Report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following reports. Department of Human Settlements for the year ended 31st March 2025. Gauteng Partnership Fund for the year ended 31 March 2025. Gauteng Housing Fund for the year ended 31 March 2025. Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Management Agency, G-Fleet Management, Department of E-Gov, Department of Education, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, and lastly, Gauteng Film Commission, all for the year ended 31st March 2025.
Honourable Chairperson Moody, please present the committee report, our report.
Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Yes, I will also include in the list that was called out the Gauteng Transport Authority. Honourable Presiding Officer, I, John Clifford Moody, Chairman of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, do hereby table the scope of oversight reports on the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the departments and entities as read out by the Secretariat, as well as the one that I had brought to the attention of the House. I request that these reports be taken as tabled and read, as I will only be presenting a short consolidated report on all the oversight reports of the committee. Honourable Presiding Officer, allow me not to go into the detail of the audit findings, as these are contained in the full reports as presented. However, I will bring to the attention of this august House some relevant comments and areas of concern as raised by the AGSA and or the committee. The Department of Human Settlements. This department received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings on performance, information and non-compliance with laws and regulations. This is an unchanged audit opinion for the past consecutive years starting in the 2021-2022 financial years. The department was subjected to a very vigorous committee hearing. The department is a defendant in various lawsuits, that is 29 matters, amounting to 2.59 billion. There is a litigation reduction plan implemented, which the committee will monitor. The committee is seriously concerned about the fact that the department has not taken disciplinary steps against officials responsible for the adverse findings leading to these lawsuits. Furthermore, the committee is concerned that the accounting officer and senior management did not adequately review the annual financial statements, implement measures to address control deficiencies in the preparation of such, and address possible lack of competency in the officials compiling these financial reports. The department incurred material losses amounting to 182,778,000 rand as a result of irrecoverable debt. What is worth reporting is that the department did not incur any irregular expenditure during the financial year 2024-2025. The 532,741,203 rand historically is historical irregular expenditure, and it has been referred to the Anti-Corruption Investigation Unit for investigation. And that is good news indeed. Gauteng Partnership Fund received an unqualified or clean audit. This is an improvement in the outcomes as compared to that received in the previous financial year. The fund, however, did incur material impairments amounting to 50,452,538 rand as a result of irrecoverable loans to developers. It also had 55,633,000 rand in irregular expenditure resulting from underdetermination to identify root causes and breakdowns in the designed internal controls environment. Gauteng Housing Fund, the entity was subjected to a hearing as the AGSA issued it a disclaimer. This is a regression from the adverse opinion received in the previous financial year. This opinion was due to material misstatements on the annual financial statements submitted for audit. The Auditor General was unable to express an opinion on the financial statements of the fund because of the significance of the matters described in the basis for the disclaimer of opinion section of the AG's report. Department of Roads and Transport received an unqualified audit opinion. This is an improvement on the opinion received in the last financial year. The department is involved in lawsuits amounting to 395 million rand and 380,000. The department also incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 294,326,000 rand, as well as a 2.138 million rand caused by payment of interest relating to court judgments that were not timelessly received by the department. Gauteng Transport Management Agency received an unqualified audit opinion. The committee is concerned about the increasing patronage guarantee paid to the Gauteng operator Bombela Concession Company, despite measures implemented to increase Gauteng rail ridership. And we know that that contract is due for renewal. The Transport Authority of Gauteng, this entity received an unqualified audit opinion, which is an improvement from that received in the past financial year. The AG did not identify any findings or significant deficiencies in the areas audited. The committee did not need to engage with the entity because the details on issues raised by the AG was provided in the annual report. G-Fleet received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings. This is very unfortunate. It is a regression from the opinion received in the last financial year. The entity reported that one of the major hurdles it faced was the functional and operational reliability of the fleet information system. And we had discussed that earlier on and debated that department's contribution towards e-governance in the province, and we see that they are failing dismally. The accounting officer and senior management did not exercise adequate responsibility over internal controls relating to key laws and regulations, nor did they implement sufficient controls for the preparation of valid, accurate and complete annual performance with reliable supporting information. Department of E-Government received a clean audit as per the previous 3 years. This trend is indicative of strong financial management and governance. Gauteng Department of Education has a significant regression as the department went from an unqualified audit opinion with no findings to an unqualified opinion with findings. These findings related to compliance and or performance reporting. Specifically, there were material misstatements in the performance report submitted, and concerns were raised about irregular expenditure, including issues with infrastructure projects and supply chain management concerns. This department too was subjected to a very vigorous committee hearing. The committee is concerned that some of the goods and services with transactions valued above 1 million were procured without inviting competitive bids, and deviations were proved by the accounting officer when it was practical to invite competitive bids as required by Treasury regulations. Some contracts were not awarded in an economical manner, and prices of goods and services were not reasonable as required by the PFMA and supply chain management instructions. This department is really an area of concern for us all, and we've debated that matter earlier on in this House. We need to fix it up. Department of Sports, Arts and Culture received a qualified audit with material findings. This is a regression compared to that which it received in the previous 4 years. The department was subjected to a vigorous committee hearing. Significant deficiencies were raised by the AGSA regarding compliance with legislation and internal control deficiencies. Serious misstatements regarding capital works in progress were identified. Capital work in progress was overstated by 60 million, 60,108, I beg your pardon again, 60,184,925 rand, and immovable tangible capital assets was understated by 25,511,681 rand. Record keeping, quite frankly, is abysmal. Material underspending by 24,836,000 rand and 25,926,000 respectively on programs 2 and 4 was recorded. Accurate record keeping and prudent accounting practices are sorely lacking in this department. Goods and services transactions valued above 1 million were procured without inviting competitive bids as required by Treasury regulations. This practice has been ongoing over the past few years. The accounting officer and senior management must be held accountable for their lack of controls. We've just discussed this department. Gauteng Film Commission received an unqualified audit opinion for the 5th consecutive years. I'm going to move to adoption. I request that the concerns and recommendations of the committee with regard to the reports of all the departments and entities mentioned be regarded as tabled. After due deliberation, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts unanimously adopted the committee reports on the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following Gauteng departments and entities: Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng Housing Fund, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Management Agency, Gauteng Transport Authority, Chief Fleet, Department of E-Government, Department of Education, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and the Gauteng Film Commission. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Moody. Is there a seconder? Bayashota abantu ukushaya izandla. Asekho. Member Musai.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I stand to second the adoption of the report. Thank you.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Thank you very much. Will the Secretary please read the 17th order and the last one?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Order number 17 is the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study Report on the provision of interim services to informal settlements in Mokale City, Seoul City, Honourable, and portion 80 Muldistrict.
Dr. Mokgeti, please present the report, the committee report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Member Engelbrecht, I'm the last woman standing. I hope that you'll give me your ears. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the honourable members and to those who are in the platform, and to our community, our people of Gauteng who are still standing with me. I, Nomathemba Mokgeti, the chairperson of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the Portfolio Committee FIS report emanating from the budget report of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for the 2025-2026 financial year on provision of interim services to informal settlements in Mokale City, Seoul City, Henning Klep, and a portion of 80 Muldistrict. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm going to present a summarized report focusing on the executive summary, as the report is already circulated to the House. The committee embarked on a focused intervention study focusing on the provision of interim services to informal settlements in Mokale City, Seoul City, Henning Klep, and portion 80 Muldistrict. The upgrading of informal settlement program aims to provide sustainable and dignified living environments for residents living in informal settlements. To support this goal, the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant was introduced in 2021-2022 financial year to enable the incremental upgrading of informal areas through various phases of development. The introduction of alternative sanitation technologies offers a quicker and more dignified route towards upgrading informal settlements. These technologies support that transition from chemical toilets to decentralized wastewater treatment systems, which are easier to implement, require less infrastructure, and can be scaled to suit different settlement sizes. The aquatic wastewater treatment plant is a modular and decentralized wastewater treatment system that converts black water and grey water into a pathogen-free, reusable water suitable for toilet flushing and irrigation. The Portfolio Committee noted that these solutions include faster implementation turnaround, improved hygiene and dignity to our communities, and great flexibility in deployment. They are also more affordable than conventional sewer system and help reduce bureaucratic delays by avoiding lengthy planning and consultant processes. Another advantage is that these systems can be implemented before full township formalization, allowing development to proceed while legalization and tenure processes are being finalized. This approach stabilizes settlement, discourages uncontrolled growth, and supports long-term planning. This is also promote better public health by reducing the risk of waterborne and infectious diseases. They contribute to environmental sustainability through responsible wastewater management. And while creating economic opportunities for SMMEs, it also involved manufacturing and installation and maintenance. And then what we saw or observed in Seoul City, the project is in Mohale City with a number of 2,310 households. The contract agreement was signed in September 2024. Total project budget was 66,617,308.07. The operational and maintenance phase kicks in for a period of 36 months. After completion of the project, informal settlements upgrading partnership grant. And in Henning-Klep project, the project is also in Mohale City with 211 households. The project started in 27 October 2023 and was completed on September 10, 2024. Henning-Klep 178 square, known as Country Place Extension 22, is an approved township with about 320 stands, of which only 12 units on site are currently occupied. The project is 100% complete with 12 front-end sanitation facilities installed for the occupied houses. The committee remains concerned that there is no clear indication of who owns the land and how much that land cost. The last project that we visited was a portion 80 Milders Drift, which is also in Mohale City, with 620 households, which started in December 2023, and it has already been completed in October 2025. The total allocation for the budget was 73,314,656.50. The Portfolio Committee was impressed with the project and the way the construction was carried out. Chair of Chairs, I must say some of the committee members also test-drived those ablution facilities. And, and when it comes to committee concerns, the Portfolio Committee noted with concern that Seoul City had communal taps that are leaking. This situation poses a risk of significant water loss. And we really think that the municipality will address that because it was clean water that was running. And then the second one was the lack of reporting on the total budget for the project in Henning-Klep, which limits effective oversight and makes it difficult as whether the project is being implemented within its approved financial parameters. And lastly, the committee expressed concern regarding the lack of clarity and report on the land ownership and the intended purpose of the land purchase. On recommendations, the Portfolio Committee proposed recommendations on the FIS report, which the department should respond to by the 30th of January 2026. One, the department and Mohale City should take urgent action to repair the leaks and implement regular monitoring and maintenance of water infrastructure. Two, the Gauteng Partnership Fund should provide a report on how much is spent on planned water, on planned wastewater treatment and 24-hour security, including the cost of infrastructure on Henning-Klep project. Lastly, the Gauteng Partnership Fund should provide a detailed report outlining the ownership status, purchase details, and the intended use of the land to ensure proper oversight and compliance. On acknowledgement, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC, Tasmin Mutara, the head of the department, Ms. Buleng Khadebe Mabaso, and the their senior officials. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to honourable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Member Schneemann, Member Gentile, Member Shirota, Member Duplessis, Member Fuchs, Member Masilela, Member Muri, Member Abrahams, and Member Mahlabe, including Member Miso. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for contribution of the following support staff: Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Z. Banjwambalo, Senior Researcher, Ms. S. Noneli, Committee Researcher, Ms. A. Gwabeni, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Mutiki, Committee Administrator, Ms. N. Zimakwe, Service Officer, Ms. P. Kwimba, Hansard Recorder, Mr. N. Bonani, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Lebogang Ngube, Media Officer, Ms. Z. Mtweni, and Ms. R. Matebula for their dedication and commitment. Deputy Chair of Chairs on adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164. The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements presents the FIS Oversight Report on the provision of interim services to informal settlements in Mohale City, Seoul City, Henning Klep, and Portion 80, Melders Drift for the 2025-2026 financial year for adoption, taking into account the committee proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mokheti. Is there a seconder? Member Schneemann.
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I second the adoption of the report.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those who are violently opposed say no. Okay. No one is opposed. The report is adopted. And that concludes the business of the day. So we'll meet again tomorrow morning. The House is now adjourned. Same place, same time.